RX 300 for it.
What's up, peoples?
Hey, Smeggy.
It's amazing. If you make it, they will come. People just show up to lobbies when you make them.
Yeah, they do that.
Oh man, so how you guys been?
Pretty good. Been
Doing
doing stuff
well.
around the house.
Cool.
Yeah. Some Trijicon HDs would be rather cool.
Yes, they would. I have those on my SIG.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, John.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
See, everybody's having a regular weekend, huh?
Yeah.
I'm having a spectacular weekend. What are you talking about?
Why? What do you have planned?
Nothing.
It's pretty spectacular as mine is.
Yeah, I cut the lawn earlier today, and then I started watching TV. Woohoo!
Damn straight.
Now,
Hope
my
you don't
mower's
overdo it
starting to
by
really
adding
fucking
some
go, though.
alcohol. Huh?
My mower's really starting to go. Like, because before, it only run if the choke's on. For whatever reason, as soon as the choke is off, like, it stops running. And I had this, like, spring-loaded thing. The idea is, like, you choke it and you start it up, and then it, like, slowly opens as the thing warms up or whatever, and then you're good to go. The problem is then it just slowly starts dying as the choke starts opening up. So I have to constantly keep going down and, like, closing the choke again and try to get kind of stick in place.
Is your choke not properly sealed?
No, that part's fine. It's for whatever reason when the engine gets like too much air, it dies. So I think it's not sucking the fuel like the correct way or whatever. So I got to look at that.
Maybe you have a leak in the choke.
Well, I think the carburetor's probably all gunked up.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Gotta clean it out, lube it up.
Yeah, that's what I got to do. But I had to just get my grass cut because I mean I had in the backyard. I mean the grass was like going to seed. It was like a hayfield back there.
Yeah. And you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember last time you were doing it, you said it was pouring rain.
I don't remember ever cutting the grass in the pouring rain. I remember last time I wanted to do it, it started pouring rain. It was like, well, I guess I'm not doing it.
Yeah, that's why it got so long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the past couple of weeks, either like on the nice days I was out of town, and on the days I was home, it was raining. Which it did rain yesterday, but it wasn't very long, so it was dried out by this morning.
Is it too much to do if you just use a weed whacker?
Yeah.
All right.
I also don't own a weed whacker, so
Oh, okay.
I might as well just work on fixing the lawnmower.
Oh no, you do what you can. That's it. I wonder if there are any sales out now for lawnmowers. I remember I saw someone do a review for a lawnmower. It was an electric one. It wasn't a gas powered. Looked pretty cool.
I remember my parents had a neighbor. I had an electric lawnmower, but the battery only lasts long enough for him to do half his yard.
No. This one I'm talking about was a plug-in. It wasn't
So
rechargeable.
you're dragging a cord around with you the whole time.
Yeah.
That'd be tough in my yard. I have a bunch of like trees and shit, so it'd be hard for me to get to like the back part of my yard without getting all tangled up on the way there.
And you probably have to have a long ass cord.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've never seen a corded lawnmower. I've seen corded weed whackers.
I've never seen a battery operated lawnmower. That's definitely new to me.
No, this guy had it, but I don't know if it was older, so the battery was worn out, or just that's how they are, or whatever. But yeah, it's funny because you would always see like half his lawn cut, and you're like, "What the heck's going on here?" Whatever, and that's when you'd see him out there. It's like, "Oh, that's an electric lawnmower," and there was no cord, so it was like a battery thing.
Was that a walking mower or was that a riding mower?
Like a push behind.
Okay, I've never seen that. I've seen them on the riding ones, but I've never seen them on the walking ones.
Yeah, it seemed neat. It's just it would have been nice to, cut the entire lawn on one charge, and then you can just plug it back in or whatever. But yeah, he'd like cut half of it and then plug it in, and then like come back an hour later and cut the other half or whatever. It was just kind of funny. I think if that was the case, I probably would have a couple extra batteries.
Yeah, definitely.
But I don't know if they were easily exchanged. Like, I don't know if you could just like plug the battery in and out or whatever, if it was kind of like built into the thing. That's what I'm not sure about. Maybe that's the case.
I'm sure you could always make what's it called when you have one battery connected to the another battery, like a relay.
Yeah, you could put them in parallel or whatever.
Well, that's one thing I'm glad I don't have to worry about mowing grass. Although sometimes it wouldn't be so bad.
My sister's trying to get me to sell my house and move into an apartment. And she's like, just think of all the like upkeep and stuff you wouldn't have to do. I'm like, yeah, but then I'm just spending money every month to like
making somebody else
not own anything. Yeah, like I own something right now, and if I sell it, I put a bunch of money in my pocket. Like that, I like that idea.
Yeah, it's nice to have the money in your pocket, but for them.
I mean, it doesn't really work like that though. When you sell it, a bunch of money goes in your pocket, but then you need to like take that bunch of money that's in your pocket and put it down on a new whatever.
Right, but I mean,
California. Did you hear California has a bill to suspend the property tax?
Also, I wasn't listening. I assume you meant house and not car.
Huh?
I wasn't listening to what Smaggy was saying before I jumped in.
Oh yeah. He was.
Yes, I'm talking about owning a house.
Just
Yes.
selling
Yeah.
his house. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, then I was right. Yeah, the problem with that theory is the fact that like you have to have a place to live. So if you sell it and you get a bunch of money in your pocket, you still need to go out and take that bunch of money out of your pocket and put it into another place. Because housing stays about relatively the same price. You're going to sell a house for more money than you get initially, but then when you move to your next house, it's going to be more money than. Yeah.
Well,
it's just
unless
cycles.
you get a smaller house, right? So, I mean, right now I have a decent sized house. If I went and just bought a smaller house, it would be less money. And I could put, however much down and then have like a low payment. And like, there's ways around. I don't have to spend every penny I make off of this house, but I do understand what you're saying. Because most people upgrade every time they sell a house. They buy like a bigger one
Well,
As,
even
like, their
then,
family's growing and shit.
yeah. Well, I
So-
mean, even in the aspect of downsizing, the housing market's kind of changed. It's gotten back around again, so it's kind of, to my understanding, it's a seller's market right now. So it's basically everywhere's kind of expensive. Like, dude, I was looking at houses because I'm like, maybe I'll downsize, and like the stuff I was looking at, it wasn't worth it, dude.
Right. Well, and that's kind of what I'm thinking on my thing, because that's like I probably could downsize. I don't need this much house just for myself, but I'd be spending the same amount of money that I spent on this house on like a 2-bedroom, 1-bath or something. It's like, why the fuck would I do that? I might as well just stay here.
Have you guys heard that California introduced a bill to suspend the property tax cuts?
No,
No,
but
I don't keep track of.
I also don't
California
care about
property law.
California.
No, I know. So I'm just saying this: how much they're screwing themselves over. That's definitely a buyer's market, but who the hell would want to go there anyway?
I don't think California is a buyer's market. It's a seller's market, dude.
Yeah, dude. Like the cost of living there is so high. Like
Yeah.
housing there
If
is
you own property
retardedly
there, you
expensive.
name your price, and people say,
Yeah.
"Okay, shut up and take my money." At
No,
least if
I'm-
you're in like a city.
I'm saying outside of the dumbasses who are willing to pay anything.
Well, California's trying to become like the Manhattan state, so they want only rich and maybe some poor people to work for them.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's what they're
Nah,
going to be.
dude.
It's like going to be like a rich state, gated communities. Like they're going to have their little socialist utopia, and they'll say it works, but like,
We know it doesn't. Exactly.
yeah, it's because they just got rid of all their filth, kept their elitists, and use the poor people that live in the cities as their workers.
Yeah, I remember seeing the Young Turks
down the
bitching
road
about
to-
like, oh man, like apartments like blah 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 this much expensive or whatever. It's like, well, I have an idea. How about not live in that neighborhood? Like they're talking about like the government should step in and like force people to sell apartments for a cheaper price or whatever. It's like, what? No.
Have you seen New York's affordable housing? Minimum $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 earning. How the fuck is that affordable housing? And the cheap stuff you definitely don't want.
Well,
It's
at
like,
$15
yeah, comparable to the other
hour
shit.
minimum wage. You also
Yeah,
have to keep
that's-
that in mind. California recently changed their minimum wage to $15.
Yeah, but that's only if you're a robot working at McDonald's. You get that much.
Yeah, then you just joined the robots union.
And honestly, even if like at $15 an hour, even if you worked like a full-time 40 hours a week, which most of those jobs don't do that, they purposely keep them at part-time.
Like
Don't-
And
30,
even if you do work
35
100%
hours.
full-time, it's like 30 grand
Exactly.
a
Yeah.
year. That's
Especially
not
there.
that much money.
I'm not
And
claiming
that-
it is. I'm just saying they kind of screwed themselves on that whole thing. Because it's also going to increase cost on everything. Everyone's
Oh, it
hours are going to get
definitely
cut.
does.
It's
Oh, exactly.
I've
It's all-
always said
all kinds of stupid.
it doesn't matter what the number is, right? Like you go to any economy and be like, you make $5 billion a day. Okay, great. But how much does a cheeseburger cost? Like a McDonald's value meal or whatever costs an hour of minimum wage work. Like that's kind of how it is. So if minimum wage is $5 billion an hour, then a sandwich costs $5 billion. I mean, that's just so when you're like, oh, it's $15 an hour. Okay, great. Well, your value meal is going to be $15 then. Like that's actually a pretty good. Like it correlates pretty good. I've been kind of watching it in different places.
Well, you could always go to Chicago, Illinois, where the state has no money to pay for anything. You could live it up in Chicago. Did you hear how broke they were?
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Honestly, every freaking state is broke. Just some are more broke than others.
Yeah, well,
I don't think
thanks.
anyone
to-
has
NY,
fucking
I'm going to
so
tell you something about New York City. NYPD police officers, when I lived there 10 years ago, they started their salary at like 33,000, I think it was, or starting at 34. The average rent in New York City 10 years ago was $2,500 a month. Like, that was 10 years ago. So, I mean, the entire city is built on, like, subsidized housing for the working class, for the nurses, teachers, police officers, janitors, because they all can't just live in Staten Island and commute on a fucking ferry. You know what I mean? So the whole city had, at one point, you know, gigantic communities like Stuyvesant Town, Peter Cooper Town, all these communities that were built by developers. MetLife Insurance Company built one, I think it was, and they were just for the working class people, and it was adjusted to your income. You'd pay your rent adjusted to your income.
So whatever it was,
this was going back into the 40s and the 50s and shit. I mean, this is so, and if it wasn't for that, like, who would fucking take out the trash? Who's going to be your school teacher? Who's going to be the fireman and the police officer?
Right. Yeah, who's going to commute for 2 hours to take out trash?
Secretary, legal secretary, you know, like executive assistants at the banks, like Chase and shit. I'm just saying, like, it's been like that forever in New York City. So, and it wasn't even government subsidy. That was really, it was like it was deals that, I guess you could say it was deals with the city when the, let's say MetLife or like a life insurance company or a property developer wanted to buy a gigantic chunk of land that was just sitting there, and they're buying it from, let's say, the city. Like, no one owns it. It's just sitting there. The city would be like, all right, we'll sell it to you if you promise to provide affordable housing for our working class people for the next 25 years. After 20 years, 25 years, whatever the deal would be, because they were all different, you can charge whatever the fuck you want to charge, right? And that's what's been going on in the city for a long time. The deal was up. Now you're paying fair market value. And guess what?
So if you want to build a brand new fucking office building or something, then you
no, they wouldn't even do that. It would be
else.
the same shitty apartment from 1960, but now they're kicking everybody out. Or, like, what they'll do is once your lease is up, they're not going to renew it. So my aunt, who lives in Stuyvesant Town, she's lived there for 50 years, 40, 50 years or something like that. If she's, like, wants to move to Florida or something like that and retire as a secretary for Chase Bank, right? That's it. That lease is up. So no more subsidy, no more, wouldn't call it a subsidy anymore. It's like, when she leaves and that apartment's vacant and that apartment's for rent, they're going to charge $4,500 a month for that apartment. No ifs, ands, or buts, and they don't care about anything else. It was like, because the deal with the city is up. Like, they don't have to provide low-income or affordable housing anymore, but the people who are there, they can't kick you out. So they're just waiting for you to die, waiting for you to move, and that happens. So eventually that entire complex, which is like, you wouldn't believe it, it's like 4,000 apartments, that's just one example of an entire apartment community that was built there in the 50s for affordable housing and stuff, that are now just guys coming in and kids coming in, their parents, rich parents paying for their rent, all kinds of fucking yuppies moving in there. But I don't even understand it, because at $4,000 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment or $3,200 for a 1-bedroom, obviously you have to be making 4 to 5 times. Hopefully you're making 4 times what your rent is, right? I mean, that's, and then you'll drive through these places and you'll see like 22, 23-year-old kids, like fresh out of college. Like, I don't even believe they're making enough to afford that. Their parents are paying for it.
No, everybody's got a roommate.
Yeah, they got roommates and shit. Believe me, and a lot of what's going on there is.
Well, and they also, there are some people that, like, they'll pay 80% of their monthly income on rent.
Yeah,
and,
of course.
Like, what kind of quality of life is that? I mean, I as much as like 50%. So if you get paid like every other week, your one paycheck should pay your rent, and then the other paycheck pays for all your other bills and then all your fun stuff.
Ideally, your rent should only be 30% of your income. Ideally,
right? That stuff is from the 40s and 50s. What you're talking about, DB? What they do now, what the developers do now, is they have contracts with the city or the state, and they take a percentage of
10%. Yeah, I know.
And they
I've
make them
applied. I mean,
affordable.
I applied. I did it. I mean, I went there with my tax returns, and I didn't have enough tax returns to do it. But a developer builds a gigantic high-rise, and they're all luxury rentals. And they told the city, well, we'll provide 10% of the apartments for working-class people that could never afford, because no one can afford that type of shit.
Not working class. Less than working class. You could have
Oh, right. I was broke.
You could have somebody paying $100 in rent because the city and the state paid the rest, and have
no. The city and the state don't pay the rest.
Of the
They don't. They didn't pay the rest.
Yes.
They just give it like tax breaks to that developer.
The percentage, whether it's 20% or 30% of the apartments, the city and the state pay for the people who are considered low income. So they're living in the same building, in the same apartment that you are paying $5,000 a month for, and they're paying nothing. That's
not true. I mean, the state's not paying your rent unless you have Section 8 housing. You're not on welfare. I mean, you're not getting a check from the city. You're not getting a check from the state. I know people that are like fucking paralegals living in there. You have to make a certain amount of money. I think it's like 60,000.
That's not how it works.
It depends on the building.
That's not how it
works. There's a difference between.
You're not on welfare, bro, and the city's not paying your rent. You know, they'd be dead already.
That's what
that developer is charging $4,500.
Owner, if you set aside a certain number of apartments, you'll have guaranteed payments to you, because we want to bring.
Dude, they don't need it. They're charging $4,000 for a 1-bedroom. They're not getting anything else.
That's for the person who's not getting subsidized. Then you have 15, 20, or 30% of the apartments for the people who are getting subsidized, and the city and the state are paying.
I don't even think the city's paying for it.
Yes, that's the agreements the landlords have for the developers. For buildings,
now, usually it's the agreement that when they bought that land and built their gigantic property.
The buildings are in progress and being built. That's the agreements a lot of property owners are taking now, because they have guaranteed money.
You're saying the way that I described it is how it used to be done.
Yeah, exactly. 50, 60 years ago, that's how it used to be done. But
not even like in the 70s too.
Right,
okay,
so the property developers, the city offers them the deal, so you can have some people who are low income in the same buildings that you're paying $4,000 or $5,000 a month for out of your pocket.
I don't listen. If you're paying $5,000 a month for a 1-bedroom, well, who fucking cares? Why are you mad that a teacher is living in next door to you and they're not paying that? Like, it's none of your fucking business. You know what I mean? Like,
bedroom. They have all kinds of agreements that they work out with these people.
The person that's living next to you that's paying $500, and they're not paying $500 a month. They're paying a good amount of money for rent. I mean, they're not paying $100. That's welfare. That's housing projects.
You'd be surprised.
Dude, why do they make you have a minimum income of $60,000?
That's.
I mean, trust me, they're not charging you $100.
That's, you know what I mean? Like, that's for some buildings, not all.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about that building. Why do you think they want you to make a minimum of $60,000 to $80,000 a year? So they can charge you $100? They're charging you a nice fucking rent. It's just not going to be $40,000 a year for a 1-bedroom. But they're not charging you $100. That's Fantasyland shit, dude. That's not even welfare, like, Campos projects, Smith houses, like the projects. And you know what I mean? Like, even in the projects, you're not paying $100 a month.
You would be surprised at the deals the city and the state give these property owners.
Well, one day I think that New York City Housing Authority, the housing projects, they're going to just say, you know what, get the fuck out, and they're going to empty out the buildings, and then they can sell them to developers and do the same deal like you just said. Like, you want to build a luxury high-rise right here where these used to be housing projects? For everyone in a housing project is poor, or not even poor. Some of them are working-class people, man.
Exactly.
Like secretaries and shit, and they're just. But even that, what I'm trying to say is they're not even paying $100. No one's paying $100. You know what I mean? Like, not even close. But
you'd be surprised.
Either way, working class people I know, nurses and shit, used to pay like $800 for a fucking 1-bedroom. when they should have been paying $2,500, and that was because of the developer had to deal with the city when they built it, and I think it was called Mitchell-Lama, and the whole thing. I mean, I'd say half of the city was done like that at that point, like, because otherwise you'd have no poor people, not even poor. I keep saying poor, but like you'd have no working class people. Like the last apartment I lived in my building, my doorman was commuting from Pennsylvania to be a doorman. I mean, like that's how the city was. Like everyone's going to start commuting from Long Island. The police officers aren't from the city; they're commuting in from God knows where. Like so, they would, it's just like, 'cause how could you afford to live in the city?
You can't.
Okay,
you have to be a police officer for at least 5 years.
City development planning and zoning of a city, that's their fucking job, is to like kind of make sure that people can afford to live in their city. Otherwise, it just becomes the ultra wealthy, and you have no one picking up the garbage. Like there's, and that's just the way it is. You have no police officers.
Right, because here's the thing: if let's say you're a garbage man, like that's what you've decided. I'm going to be a garbage man the rest of my life. Are you going to commute 2 hours to pick up garbage in the city?
Oh no.
Or are you just going to go live in some suburb where you can afford and pick up garbage in the suburbs? Like
that's what they're doing in the suburbs.
To go all the way to the city.
They're doing that in the suburbs in San Bernardino. They're trying to like get rid of cars and gas stations, so they make these bike lanes and they like choke everybody out. It's kind of like Obama trying to choke the coal industry by whatever. So they choke
no matter what, the city I live in now, it's being so like overbuilt, and they're all luxury rental building. They're not even condos because no one has the condo money anymore. No one has a 20-30% down payment. And now after the housing bubble, they want to verify everything, your assets, your income. It's not like back before the bubble where strippers owned 3 homes and had mortgages on 3 houses, and then the housing market collapsed and everything got fucked.
I should have married a stripper.
Yeah, believe me, you should have. I know a guy who owned a valet parking company here in the city, and he had like mansions. He was going around buying mansions and then zapping equity out and then using that as a down payment on another mansion. He owned so many homes. And when the housing bubble collapsed, he lost everything. Like, he lost all the homes, lost his business because they were just giving out mortgages. They wanted you to have a bad mortgage. Anyway, now all those people who got involved in that and lost their house and all those foreclosures back in 2010, they're stuck renting forever now. I was reading about this. Like, they're basically, even if they have a good job and they're making tons of money, they'll never get a mortgage for like the next 8 years because they had their house foreclosed on. So they're all renters now. But anyway, it's up to the city that you live in to make sure that there's some sort of affordable housing for people. And if you can't just say, oh no, that's not true, well then you're just going to have Manhattan, or the whole city would be like that.
What are you talking about? They've done that to Brooklyn.
Well, Brooklyn was a bunch of brownstones and houses and housing projects, right? And not a lot of gigantic private luxury apartment complexes.
Now there's a load of private luxury complexes.
Yeah, but they're doing what they're told by the city. Like, can you please provide 10 to 20% of your house? That's what I thought was still going on. It's like, if you want to build a gigantic place like that, you can't do it without the city's permission. You need zoning, you need building permits, you need all types of shit. And I thought what was going on was, you want to build a gigantic luxury place again? Well, you need to provide 10% of your apartments for working class people. Not poor people, not welfare.
Affordable housing.
Like food stamps and welfare. But just people who make 50 to 80 grand a year who can't afford $4,000 for a 1-bedroom. I mean, that's just $3,800 for a 1-bedroom now. I see it all the time, and
well, that's why.
So even in Brooklyn, it's like $2,900 for a 1-bedroom.
Yeah, actually, $2,900.
You can't afford that if you make 60 grand. Yeah, but if you make 60 grand a year in America, you're not poor. You're not even close. I think median to be poor in America, you have to make $27,000 or less and have a family of 3. They actually think a family of 3 or 4 making 20 grand a year is like, that's poor.
That'd
so
be
a single. yeah, a single man making 60 grand in Manhattan is like eligible for affordable housing. But there's a reason for it. I mean, there's a reason to the city's thing, and you know, you just don't want to get it out of control. And you can just move. I mean, yeah, just fucking move, man. Like,
Yeah,
you don't
if
like it,
you're
move to
affording
San
it,
Bernardino. I'm sure in San Bernardino you can find a 1-bedroom for fucking $900. You don't have to live in Los Angeles. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to live in Manhattan. You could move to, you know, I don't know. Even the whole area is getting kind of expensive. New Jersey, Long Island, Westchester.
all the 5 boroughs of the city are getting expensive.
Yeah, it's getting out of hand. But eventually, I don't know what will happen. I mean, I know people made money in real estate in New York City, but it just seemed like it's flatlined now. So if you bought a home, or let's say you bought an apartment that was like in 2000 was, let's say 120 grand, and then in 2007 it was like 300 grand, 400 grand, like it doubled in value. Things don't seem to be doubling anymore. They're just like, they're staying the same, and you know, rents are going up, but the apartments are just unaffordable. The average apartment in Manhattan is $1 million. So no, you know, good luck. I mean, and that's partly, you can blame the city for that a little bit. I mean, it is the city, man. You know, that's local small government. You can't blame Obama or something like that. That's what it is, man. I just don't think that
Thanks,
when
Obama.
when you apply for those apartments and they want to, I had to prove I made like 50 grand and I had to prove for how many years I did it. Believe me, my rent was not going to be $100. Like, instead of fucking $3,000 for my 1-bedroom, it would have been like maybe $1,800. You know what I mean? Like, it was a lot of money, believe me. And I don't think the city was supplementing a check to them for the rest of it. It was just like the deal they did to build a gigantic fucking crappy apartment complex. You know what I mean? And charge that kind of rent. I mean, that was what they wanted to do, but the city was like, look, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll grant you a building permit there, or sell you the land, or whatever. I mean, not all the land was privately owned, I guess. But no, you're right. That was probably a parking lot. I think it was a parking lot. Anyway, the only reason I didn't get that apartment was because I didn't have, you needed 4 years back taxes, and I think I only had 3 at the time. This is a long time ago. And they were like, all right, well, I'm sorry, you have to actually prove that you've been making this kind of money for a few years, and then we'll give you the unit. So I was fucking bummed.
No, that totally sucks. The fact that you
Yeah.
prove that you have a job and have a paycheck coming in, and that's still not good enough. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, it sucked. I was upset, and the apartments. You're right. That probably was. I think that was a parking lot owned by somebody. You know, some person sold it to them. But I still don't think the city was gonna give them the rest of my rent money. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
the city does that, and they still do
Don't
that.
you think they would rather give them tax breaks or some sort of fucking? Because it's too much to deal with. You know what I mean? Like
The
cutting a
city has
check
money.
for
What are you
every
talking
person
about?
and.
New York City has money. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about New York City. Like, wouldn't they just give them tax breaks on their property taxes and shit to like subsidize 10%?
If that's the deal they want to work out, sure, I'm
Yeah.
sure they would.
I just don't think they're going there, okay, and saying, oh, apartment 16A, what do we owe you for that guy? What do we owe you for? Because all the rents are going to be different.
That's exactly what
Like-
the city's doing.
Oh, okay. I thought they were just like, build that megaplex, and we'll give you a tax break, and we'll hook you up as long as you do 10% affordable housing.
No, they do that also. Again, it just comes
Oh,
back. It just comes
depends.
back to the deal that they agree on.
I got you.
Like you said, the big ass shitty complexes. They're still doing those too.
Yeah.
They still have the $5,000 apartments and the $500 apartments. Yeah, they still do that. But again, it comes back down to those agreements.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying you can't. I mean, like these. I don't even know what kind of argument I walked in. I just wanted to argue with you guys. But I'm just saying that shit. You know, it's the city. That's the city's job is to make sure that shit doesn't get out of hand, and you don't have teachers commuting 4 hours to come teach your fucking kids. Like, that's what's gonna wind up happening. You know, shit'll get out of hand, and no one can afford to live there. But the ultra rich And you know, you want to complain about taxes? Those guys, they're paying top dollar. Property taxes if you own a unit, if you own a condo, or God, I can't even imagine owning a brownstone in Manhattan. Like, what your fucking property taxes are a year.
Even the condos that still exist, they're ridiculously priced. And in addition to those prices, you still have to pay the maintenance fees. Sometimes the maintenance fee is more than someone's rent.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't know how people do it.
Yeah, and yeah, I know. I mean, I remember that shit too. And I was looking, I didn't pay the maintenance, so I was paying rent, but I knew what the owner was paying in maintenance, and I was like, Jesus Christ, like we have a doorman, you know, yeah, but we don't have anything. We don't have a pool. We don't have, you know, there's nothing to really maintain. There's no grass to cut. Whatever. It was very high.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, fuck the city, man. I mean, it's just, you can move any city that's gonna like expand. Like where I live now, it's super expanding. I've lived here almost 10 years. I can't imagine. Like, it's really crazy what's going on. And number one, I asked myself, where are these people coming from? You're building all these luxury rental buildings. Where are they coming from? Number one, right? Number two, how are these roads and streets going to maintain that kind of traffic? If you're really expecting that kind of a doubling in population in the city, like, it's bad traffic now. Like, why is the city even letting these people build? If we, you know what I mean? Like, because that's their job, is to fucking take care of the city. Like, you can't just let people do what they want, and then all of a sudden we're sitting in fucking gridlock 24 hours a day because you built fucking 1,000 apartments a second.
Because when they're done building, that's when the contracts go to the public transportation systems. And that's when they start taxing your carbon emissions from your car in California. And you won't have anything. You'll just have public transportation.
That would suck. No, I'm saying the city should just start cracking down. Like, when a big-ass apartment company, like, let's say Post, or I don't know what you guys have there, but they're nationwide gigantic apartment companies, right? They just build luxury apartment complexes. And when they come to the city and they say, hey, we want to buy this land and we want to build 4,000 apartments, the city should say no. Like, and that's fine. That's the kind of government I want. It's like, take care of my fucking city, man. You know what I mean? Don't let these people
look at the example Moon gave before, as far as the streets with the stupid bike lanes.
Mm-hmm.
They're over here. I don't know what you have by you or what Moon has by him, but the streets are bad enough here where they're spending all this money on these stupid ass bike lanes, but they haven't fixed the potholes in the street. Like, so with that those added buildings and that added traffic, could you imagine what the streets are going to be like in another 10 years?
No, you're right. It's going to get just overpopulation.
Yeah, their goal is to exacerbate that so they can choke everybody out of their cars in the cities and all those liberal cities.
They just tried to do that. They just had us voting last year on I think a 2 cent tax increase in the city to go for transportation and shit, and it got voted out, like, because at least they let us vote for it. Right? The entire city voted no.
Yeah.
And then the government was complaining, like, well, okay, well, you're stuck with these shitty streets, that you're stuck with the shitty fucking, you know, roads.
But the rest of the shit, like the bike lanes, happened in behind closed doors at these town council meetings that the public wasn't invited to, and all that shit.
Yeah.
They do
know what they're doing. It's just like gun laws. They're doing it slowly.
Yeah, they're so fucking greedy, man. Like, it's just greed. And then also, it's like they ruin the city. Like, this city, when I first moved here, was kind of charming. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, all right, whatever. It had its own thing. You know what I mean? And then the more and more of these fucking apartment complexes go up, and the more and more of these fucking malls that they build, and all this weird, you know, like, it just starts looking like any other fucking place that's overbuilt. And
they kill the view.
They kill the view, right? Exactly. They're killing the trees.
To be fair, though, the view kind of needs to die. Like, I've kind of had enough of all them old nagging women.
Can't believe you killed the chat like that, Flippy.
Needed to happen. All I know is I was rolling around Deep Ellum yesterday and was reminded, not yesterday, the other day, I was reminded of how much Deep Ellum used to be like a garbage pit, dude. Like Deep Ellum in Dallas was a garbage pit. It was literally just filled with like hobos and people mugging each other. Then all the hipsters moved in, made it a cool artsy area, and now like all the hobos and the people mugging each other can't afford to be there anymore. And it's like now actually safe and kind of rad. Like the police started patrolling Deep Ellum again. Instead of just avoiding it like the plague.
Yeah, it's fucking like New York City used to be dangerous when I was in like a teenager. In the 90s, I think it like hit the all-time most dangerous level, other than like maybe the 70s or whatever. Anyway, when the city was dangerous, it was better because once the city got completely like safe and sanitized, and Disney like took over Times Square and built all, it just became like Disney World for everybody, and like it allowed rents to get out of control. It allowed like people who would never dream of moving to the city, like, from wherever the fuck, and they had money, family money or some shit, like they would never have dreamt to live in the city back then because they would have been too scared. Like, oh, I don't want crime, people breaking into cars, people mugging you, shit like that, bums, homeless men pissing on your car, like having a Windex bottle full of piss and a T-shirt, and they run up on your car and like, I'd like to, give me $1, I'll clean your window, and then you're like, no, and they just start spraying piss all over your fucking car. That stuff is gone. Like that's never, it's all clean and safe, and that just allows a new kind of like people to come there and fucking pay outrageous amounts of rent.
Well, the problem with that is people are willing to pay it. That's what allows it to be outrageous. People are willing to pay it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're right. And people are also willing to like ruin their life paying it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And I feel bad. Like I know people who I'm not that kind of guy because I left, but like people who like I'm gonna die here and I don't give a fuck how. I'm gonna stay in this city for the rest of my life, and I don't give a fuck if I have to live in a 200 square foot box, subsidized by whatever. Like I work for this. Like I've been here my entire fucking life, and do whatever little things you got to do to get that kind of housing arrangement, and they don't care. Like they'll do anything to live there. Slaves, they call slaves of New York.
Exactly.
That's what they call it. But anyway, I'm not a slave in New York. I'm like, fuck this place. You know what I mean? After 9/11, I was kind of finished. I was like, I'm done with this fucking place. And it started getting real kind of like I'd be in Union Square Park. I don't know if you know like the city, like Manhattan. I'd be in Union Square Park just like with a friend of mine walking around, and I look around and I could hear people talking, and I realized that no one's American. Like there's not even Americans here anymore. Like they were all fucking European. I don't know if the euro was strong or what. It just felt like the entire city was a bunch of fucking Europeans and Japanese people. Like it's weird. I just remember telling him, and he was like, "Yeah, man. Like we might have been drunk or something, but we were laughing. Like, holy shit! Everyone on this street is like European or something. Very strange." Anyway, whatever. Fuck a bunch of advertising assholes, man. Should have been an advertising.
Yeah, that was always one of the things I kind of wanted to do. Was I always kind of wanted to live in like the middle of a downtown city, Or a cool downtown city like Dallas, not like Houston. And like some stupidly big high-rise thing. Because that seems rad.
10 years ago, I was looking at like apartments in Austin.
Oprah Winfrey.
I wanted to live in Austin. That's where I wanted to move. Austin, Texas. I was looking at like awesome lofts and shit in Austin, and they weren't cheap then. But like a year ago, I was looking, and holy shit, they doubled too. It's like,
Yeah, there was over the last couple of years, there was a rather large boom in Austin for like tech stuff. Tech and video stuff too, which was really weird.
Oprah Winfrey has a penthouse in Philadelphia. I don't know who the.
You know where the good place to move now is New Orleans. We should all move to New Orleans and bought townhomes.
And bought penthouses in New Orleans.
Yeah, like Brad Pitt.
Yeah, I want to live there, and I want like a black gypsy psychic lady, voodoo lady.
Oh yeah.
To hang around with sometimes under a
You
bridge.
get a snorkel free with your first month's rent.
That's fucked up. Because all we got is that Jamaican guy who comes on Gun Channel.
I need like a witch doctor, like a blind witch doctor lady.
He's like, yeah, man. All I do, man, is shoot my Ruger 1022, man, and bullseye target bullet. Go bullet.
You know, good.
Oh, you're
jazz.
forgetting the whole 1911 thing too. It
Clubs.
was a big one of those.
Yeah. If you think you need a gun for self-defense, man, you crazy, man.
You just went down the wrong street and you're not using street smarts. Like,
Wait,
what?
My Jamaican accent is like a step away from a fucking elf, like a Keebler elf or something.
It's good though.
Yeah. I mean, you sound like a Disney character, so you're good.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Got a good Sebastian the Crab going on.
Yeah, man. Yo, Detroit was the shit. I was reading a few years ago. You could go buy like an entire loft apartment building in Detroit for like $30,000. They were given, and the city was like, talk about subsidies. Like they were like, please buy this entire neighborhood for, you know, like we'll give you tax breaks, we'll help you pay for the shit and fix it up. Like
They do the same thing in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Detroit was a
the
giant.
prices were fucking crashed. I don't know.
They'll
Here's
give
the thing,
you.
though. I don't know how much the city was really giving. Tax breaks about all they probably could give, because they certainly weren't handing out money because they don't have
Right,
money.
yeah,
That's why they went bankrupt a couple of years ago.
Philadelphia will give you an entire block if you clean it up and rent it out to
low income.
people that aren't scumbags. Or
Yeah,
any. Like working
Detroit's
class.
bouncing back a little bit. Well, part of the problem is, like, area-wise, Detroit is one of the biggest cities, like, of square miles or whatever. Like, it's a big-ass city, but nobody lives there. So it's like, you have the downtown part, which is actually built up pretty good. Midtown's doing okay. They got the new hockey and basketball arena going in. There's apartments and shit down there that are actually really nice, but not super expensive, only like kind of expensive. The thing is, my buddy, he was trying to get in there, and like the same company that owned that apartment complex owned this other one, and the only way to get into the downtown location is if you were a tenant of their other one. So he was out in frickin' like Corktown, which wasn't that good of an area at the time. It's still not great. Actually, where your old Tiger Stadium used to be. So he's like, he was going to stay there for, 5 years or something. Then he might be able to bump into the downtown location. But that was the only way they would even let you in, is if you already rented from them. And he said like half of the places, people would rent it and like not move in. So like they were living in a house somewhere or whatever, rented this apartment in Corktown, just gave them money every month, never lived there. And then when the thing came up, they would move in downtown.
Oh, nice.
He's like, the building was almost empty because it wasn't a super nice area. And then he got a job out in like Kansas City or whatever, so he moved.
I saw, what was that shit, Gran Turismo or something? Gran Torino?
Gran Torino?
Yeah, I was like, yo, that's Detroit. I want to move there. First of all, fly Asian girls. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what I'm talking about. Yo, fuck that, son. I'm not You know, I'm just going to show up. I think that's the next move is like New Orleans for me. Because I like it. It's very pretty. I've been there. And it's probably too expensive now. I need to find
Dude.
someplace else.
New Orleans is a giant butthole. I don't know what you're talking about by pretty.
What? Son, are you crazy?
Son, the streets are
awesome.
literally
I like
filled
all
with
the-
trash and like
No,
trash
Bourbon.
people.
That's Bourbon Street. I'm talking about where there's like
Rich
mansions.
culture.
Yeah, they have mansions there. They have like real nice
Oh, yeah,
houses.
old Victorian mansions there. That
Whatever survived.
it's
the
I've
almost
flood.
been there, bro. And they,
the
they were,
further
I remember
you go
the
away
conspiracy.
from Louisiana, like the further you go away from
Nah.
New Orleans, the better it gets in Louisiana. But in
What?
Louisiana,
No.
dude, New Orleans is a
Really?
big garbage pit. I'm telling you.
Well, dude, first of all, they got the water. They got the little steam ships and shit and all that stuff. They got the restaurants are cool.
Yeah,
Okay,
dude,
so
they
sure,
got the
that-
water.
The water is really nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
it's
when
like
you
muddy
feel-
brown.
you know, when you don't really feel like going to the water's kind enough to come to you.
No, I was gonna say though,
You need a boat.
I remember there was a conspiracy theory. I know a guy from New Orleans, and he was like, he even thought it was that like the army of engineers, basically flooded the poor part of New Orleans to save the area me and Moon are talking about, like the rich Victorian, not rich, but like very pretty Victorian style homes.
it's the old. It's colonial almost.
Yeah,
in age.
it's really pretty.
You
It
find
was
it
pretty. I mean,
everywhere.
I've gone on tours there of those homes and shit, and it was fun, man. I
Like-
went on the voodoo tour thing where like we went to the graveyard and we went to. I mean, dude, it was a nice city before Katrina. You know, what I mean, it was the murder capital of the world for a long time and stuff. Don't get me wrong.
It's
But-
still kind of a butthole, dude.
It's
Like,
kind of the shit.
like I have friends over there who all became super wealthy when they started like checking their land for like fracking stuff, and like immediately became millionaires overnight. Now they live in big, stupid, ridiculous mansions outside of New Orleans,
Oh, okay.
where
The only
like
thing I know about Louisiana was like, wasn't that where like True Detective was or something?
I think
the first
so.
season?
I don't know where True Detective was. I haven't seen any
That
of
was a
them.
good show, man. Well, they were
There's
talking
a shit
about
ton of movies.
there's a lot
The-
of fucking.
What was
weird
that
shit.
movie with Denzel Washington? I think it was like late
Oh,
80s.
Mississippi Masala.
Yeah.
No, that was.
There was another movie
That
with
was
Tom
the
Cruise.
Devil in a red dress or some shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like
was that-
Savannah, but
There's
Savannah's
that
too
new
expensive.
movie with Tom Cruise where he's like, I can't remember what it was. Jack Reacher 2. That was in New Orleans.
Yeah.
What? Yo, New
Yeah.
Orleans is fun. I walked. If I didn't have a gun on me though, but like walking around Bourbon Street, I just wanted like I wanted to wrap myself in like bubble wrap or something because it was like it was so dirty and everyone was drunk and they were throwing up and there were fights happening everywhere. It was just like disgusting, man. That was kind of gross.
Yeah.
But-
And that's been every experience I've ever had in New Orleans.
But I wouldn't go there. I mean, I wouldn't go to Bourbon Street. You know.
Dude, the first time I went to New Orleans, I went out to this restaurant with some like friends and family and whatnot.
Mhm.
As we were like waiting on the side corner for like our buddy to pull up in the car to pick us up, some one-legged homeless guy like just ran up on me, grabbed my food, and ran off like with it. It was the weirdest experience of my life. Like I looked away for like 2 seconds because I saw this dude across the street with one leg, and I'm like, ah, that's weird. I like looked away for like 2 seconds, talked to a friend. I looked back, and the dude was like literally holding the box of food that I was holding, and then he looks at me, starts trying to yank it away from me, and then just hobbled away at like the speed of sound. It was weird. I'm like, after that experience, dude, I'm like, nah, dude, New Orleans is for the birds. I want nothing to do with this place.
Yeah.
There's like one-legged Sonic the Hedgehogs rolling about.
That's funny. Did you at least buy him something good to eat?
No,
Oh,
Dude,
you
tried to
bastard.
dude, the dude tried to steal my food and then was faster than like Steve McQueen. Like I don't think you understand. I've never seen a one-legged man move that. I've barely ever seen like two-legged people move that fast.
Should've
dude
given
was, like,
props.
Booking it.
They were like a zombie in World War Z.
Yeah, he had a
Yeah.
jet engine.
You gotta respect it.
It was weird, dude.
Did he get your
Cause
food?
why? Life is hectic. I would have fucking shot him, dude. My food is not to be fucking played with, man. I
Did
don't.
he
Nah,
get
dude,
your
it was
food,
like-
Flippy?
The only reason I even noticed the guy the second time, because like while I was holding the box, I just felt like a tug on it. I'm like, what? I turned around, the dude's like staring me down, like bad breath distance from me, holding the box that I'm also holding. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he like gave it a few more yanks and then ran away.
Did he get it?
No, dude, there was some
Okay.
really good carrot cake in that box.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I was just like, I was like shocked and appalled at that city. But I will say though that like, Louisiana, the cost of living in Louisiana is like literally dirt cheap.
Because you're living in the dirt.
Like you make any kind of money and go to Louisiana, you're living it up.
So it's like Mexico.
Kind of. More people speak English, but almost as many. All I know is if New Orleans was so great, why are all of the or over half the refugees still in Texas?
DB was talking about not letting people mess with his food. And I've seen these videos, this prank video where it's like a couple going around taking people's food. Like biting their sandwich while they're holding it and shit.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm wondering, is it, would you be justified in punching that person in the face? Taking the food, like, literally out of your hand or out of the bag that you're holding?
No, you're holding it. It's actually assault because you're holding it. They're attacking you.
Like,
They're not biting
No,
you. But
officer, I shot that lady in the face because I thought she was trying to bite me.
yeah.
She kept like
and
swinging her
starve-
giant
she was
gaping paw at
eventually
me.
gonna starve me to death.
No, anything on your person is a part of you.
It also comes down to what a reasonable and prudent person would do in that situation. Is like the biggest thing.
Hey, you eat my sandwich, I'll punch you in the face. That's it.
I wonder if that video has a lot of bloopers, like outtakes. It has to. Of like,
Yeah, one of the bloopers is them getting rushed to the emergency room because the dude got stabbed like 80 times in the face.
I wonder if they only go for the good sandwiches, though.
man, they were eating people's burgers, taking people's fries. Some guy lifted a whole slice of pizza off this guy's plate, like on one of them outdoor cafes.
Well, that's not really eating it out of their hands. That's just stealing their food.
But like while they're sitting there, they're not like looking away or anything.
Hey, listen, if
I
it's
guess
not
that's
in their
the prank
hands, it's
part of it, right?
50-50.
Sitting there going like, what the fuck just happened or whatever.
Yeah.
If the food's not in their hand, it's 50-50, you know?
I mean, I could see that's almost, what's that, Impractical Jokers, right? I could see them doing something like that, but I don't know, man. Like, to me, some of these like prank shows or whatever where they, you know, like do something and then they're like, oh, it's just a prank, dude. Like, there's one, it's a compilation of like all these guys just like getting their ass beat, right? Because they like took a dude's phone or something. The guy starts chasing him. He's like, no, it's just a prank. And he's like, yeah, I'm still gonna beat your ass. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's just a prank. I'm pranking you right now with my fist, dude.
It's just my fist.
Prank. Don't worry about your.
It's just my fist.
Oh, where do they do that with the sandwiches? I want to know for next time I'm there. I'll have a turd sandwich with me.
That's funny.
I don't think it's a set location.
No, they were like walking around some city.
If I knew where it was, I'd find some dog shit, put it in the bread, and see if they bite it.
Some people like went along with it. They were like, "Oh, ha ha ha! They're filming a prank. Ha ha! Take my food. Ha ha."
Do they at least buy you a new sandwich?
Doing?
What's wrong with you?
Do they at least buy you a new sandwich?
I don't know. They didn't go into the details.
I'm going to assume the video doesn't cut to them like standing at the register at like a Subway, being like, "Yo, I'll buy this dude whatever sandwich I stole from him."
That was always my favorite part of Candid Camera is when they signed all the legal documents after the fact and, you know, paid for their sandwich.
There was one where this guy put a bunch of money in a dashboard, and a bunch of people stole it. So he would confront them, and they would give it back. They'd be like, "Oh, I didn't know you were looking at it. I didn't know you saw me," or whatever. And then this one guy came up and reached in and grabbed it and put it in the glove box, but they didn't see him put it in the glove box. So when they confronted him, they were like, where's the money? Where's the $300 that was on that dashboard? And he was like, oh, I put it in the glove box.
He's stupid. Why did
He wanted to hide it for the person who he assumed owned the money.
Oh, what a nice person.
Yeah. So that one turned out good.
Dumbass.
But they weren't pranking. They were more like social experiments.
Oh, social commentary.
Oh, was that show, What Would You Do?
Maybe. It wasn't.
I
It didn't
saw
have
one
a
of
guy
them.
in it. It was more like YouTube dudes.
Oh, okay. But yeah, but it was something similar to that of more just like, what would people do? Yeah. But anyways, I saw one of the ones that was actually, what is that, like ABC or NBC or something, or Fox? I don't know, whatever. But
was that the
there
one
was
where,
one
like,
of them
they
where
get
the
back too much
freaking-
change?
It was in New York, and like the elevator door opens, and there's some dude like choking a lady with like a shoelace or something. And oh my god, dude, like almost everybody like screamed and ran away. And this one dude, like, he jumped in and started beating the fuck out of the guy. And like all the producers run in, like, no, it's okay, it's a setup, da da da. And he's like just sitting there pounding on the guy. They're like, stop. And the lady's going, I'm not hurt. It was on TV. You're on TV right now. And he's like, I don't fucking care. Don't do that kind of shit. He's like pounding on the guy.
He's still beating his face into the ground.
Oh yeah, he freaking jumped him, man. I was like, thank God. But honestly, like I've always wondered about, like I said, not wondered, but it's something to think about of like, if you were to see that, like
close the
you
elevator door and
being
continue on my
a
day.
prudent person with the information you had at the time, like you could take that dude out, and I don't think you'd get in trouble for that. 'Cause you'd be like, listen, I thought it was real.
No,
and if it
there's-
was real,
What do you
you'd be
mean
fine.
take him out?
No,
I
there's
mean,
situations. Like there was one, I think it was in Louisiana. They're coming up a lot recently, where like this guy who was a concealed carrier happened upon some big black dude smashing this white dude in the face repeatedly while he was on the ground. So the concealed carrier dude like drew on him, told him to stop. The guy wasn't stopping, so he shot him.
That was a police officer he was on top of.
No, it wasn't. Found out later that the guy he shot was actually stabbed like 8 times by the dude he was beating the guy's face in.
Oh, you're talking about a different story.
Yeah, the story I'm talking about, like and
That's
then like
messed up.
he ended up getting in trouble for shooting the guy who was like beating the face into the guy who stabbed him 8 times.
That's messed up.
That sucks.
Well, that is, I guess, part of the reason where, especially something like that, is that, yeah, you don't like. I would say I would at least like draw on him and be like, "Hey, stop" or whatever. But like, I don't know that I would necessarily shoot him until he like turns his attention towards me. Like now he's going to beat me up or something. But I don't know. That's a tough one because, yeah, like part of me is like, legally speaking, yeah, you shouldn't necessarily get involved unless you know what's going on because
Unless
it's
it's
Well, you
yourself
should be able
or
to do a warning
like,
shot.
family member. Like if it's like a person you know or yourself in trouble, it's a different situation if you just happen upon a
Right.
circumstance. Because like
Well,
that
that
one
was-
where the dude's like choking that girl with the shoelace. If like a dude whipped out a gun and blew that guy's brains out, like he's got some egg on his face now, explaining to the police why he killed this TV guy.
because he was choking a lady. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe you might get in trouble, but I don't think you should. I think it would like suck, but it's like,
Oh, you're
dude,
gonna
like,
get
I
in
thought I
trouble.
was
You're gonna
like
get
that.
sued depending on which state you're in. You're gonna get sued by who's ever remaining family members are left alive.
You got a negligent discharge warning shot like the Russians do in those videos.
You can't do that.
It's like a crowd back off tactic. They shoot the ground in front of them.
Yeah,
you
you
can't
can't
do
do
that.
that in the States, though. We're not Russians, dude. We don't roll around and drive on sidewalks. Well, it's not true.
Well, not
I've been to
everybody.
Houston.
I love those stop a douchebag videos. They put the big sticker on the thing if the people don't turn around.
I saw one of those. It was really funny. Like, this dude got furious. He's like, take the sticker off my, like, yelling in Russian, take the sticker off my car. And they're like, no, get off the sidewalk. So he gets out of the car and he starts coming after them. And some random guy in, like, an Adidas tracksuit comes off screen with, like, this big old gun, stuffs it in this dude's mouth. It's like, get back in your car. The dude gets back in his car and drives away. It's great. It's,
What is that called? Stop a douchebag, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
It seems
You're
like
gonna
that.
buy a
It
tracksuit.
seems like it's working because
Okay.
all of the most recent videos, like they walk up to someone, they kind of like hold up the sticker. Dude's like, "Yeah, I'm turning around. See ya." Like they know what it is, and they're like, "All right, yep, you got me."
Some people say, "Give me the sticker. Give me the sticker."
Yeah, there's a couple people that they're like, "You got to do something wrong," and then they like hop the curb and be like, oh, "I'm not moving."
Until you give me
not
that
moving till you give me a sticker. Now it's becoming counterproductive.
That's where they put the stickers all over your car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen a
Basically,
couple
I'm
of
a
them.
jerk who can't follow the rules or whatever.
Yeah,
The
they,
real
like, try to
douchebags
cut the
get like
sidewalk.
8 stickers.
They go the wrong way down a one-way street.
Yeah, or they'll just
They're
drive
driving on the
sidewalk.
walkway.
I saw that one where the guy was parked in a handicap spot in America, in the United States, and they covered it like with a bunch of big Post-it notes.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah,
They had a Stop a Douchebag had a recent episode like 2-3 weeks ago where they had these guys, like muscle guys, and they lifted a car up out of the spot and corrected it because it was taking up part of the street.
me and my friends lifted up his mom's Toyota Corolla's rear end and like turned it around onto the front lawn.
Nice.
We did that in high school. We turned a car sideways and then had the two cars parked like
As close as
right,
possible.
yeah, in front and behind it.
And now you have these electric cars. You can turn them up all upside down all the way.
I just hack the electric cars with my remote control and drive them around. I saw a thing about the electric cars where like there's actually a big security thing with like some of the cars that like I guess they use your fingerprint to unlock the door and crap like that. That like even if you like sell the thing back to the dealership or whatever, and they supposedly put it back to like factory settings or whatever, this dude was showing he owned this car a while ago and he sold it, all legal and stuff, but he was just like trying to point out the security issues or whatever. And he pulled it up on the app where he like found the car, unlocked the doors, like locked them again, like could start it, like he could do everything with the like the phone app, even though he owned the car like 5 years ago and he already sold it. Because like those settings stay in there, and then there's no like updates for that software.
Well, that's not very secure.
That's exactly the point. It was some like council of like automotive technology securities or something, and they're talking about like all these different, and the cars that have built-in Wi-Fi and all this shit, like they don't update. There's no like firmware or anything. So yeah, it might seem secure in 2015 or whatever, but a couple years later, people have found some type of way to get a worm in there or whatever, and they can like take your shit.
I mean, regardless, people are going to do shenanigans. There's nothing you can really do about that.
I know, but it was just it was an interesting. I don't know if it was a TED Talk, but it was something very similar to like a TED Talk kind of thing.
Yeah. Honestly, that whole aspect of things, I kind of just don't really care about. Like, it's far above my understanding, and I'm just not going to let it be something that worries my life.
Ugh.
And I'm just reminded of those like stupid "What would you do" TV show things. Like I remember seeing one that took place fairly locally. There's this place called the Czech Stop, which is like this old, like Czechoslovakian like deli/bakery in between Austin and Dallas. Place is fantastic, like great kolaches. But either way, like the whole premise was they had some lady in like a Muslim uniform go in, and like they had the person behind the counter be like, "Oh, I'm not going to serve you because you're a terrorist," and had like the whole thing filmed. It was just stupid. Like this dude flipped out and was like yelling at everyone, calling everyone all kinds of names. Like, "If you're not going to serve this lady, then you can go to hell." And then like starts flipping carts and walks out of the store. Everyone else was just kind of like, "Well, that's not right," and then left. Like this dude's like kicking counters and stuff over.
Yeah, I saw that one. We don't serve Muslims. Like, I'm not serving you. You're a Muslim. A Muslim.
Yeah, it was just funny because like he just
And
started.
that was that virtue signaling douchebag who was like,
He's like swearing at everyone, kicking shelves over as he walks out.
he was like a redneck hippie. Tree Muslim hugger.
Yeah, it was very funny.
See, it's me being bigoted against Muslims. It's a tough call.
I don't know, but the aspect
70
I was saying was funny was how far the dude went, where he's like wrecking the store as he leaves.
Yeah.
Like, there's one thing where you're like, "Yo, that's not right. I'm just not going to be here." And then there's like, "Yo, that's not right. Let me destroy your store on my way out."
Was it a Starbucks?
No, it was the place called the Czech Stop. It was basically like a bakery
Yeah.
deli.
I remember the counter.
So he's just like kicking over shelves of like stuff. It was stupid.
Finally, I get to kill people in this game.
Well, it's about time.
It's not a good game till you get to blow somebody's head off.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of not about like killing robots. It's kind of boring.
I wasn't really killing. Well, stealth killing them was pretty fun. But yeah, it wasn't really just avoiding them.
Well, where's the fun in that?
Now this guy like axed me to death
Where's the fun in avoiding them?
because they go crazy and kill you.
You got to go all Rick Grimes out on them.
I don't have a gun. I have a bow and arrow.
What the hell?
He doesn't. He doesn't have a 40-something Python, whatever.
Nah, just a little 50 cal.
No. This is so
Wow.
far into the future that they are using bow and arrows again.
That's way
They
too
use
far.
bows and arrows with like
Silently.
against robot dinosaurs.
I'll let them kill me so I could try this over. They can never kill you fast enough either when you're letting them do it.
Well, they're
Oh
advanced,
no,
but
Mall
they're not
Man
as
down.
They're more cautious. They're like, ah.
cautious zombies. Yeah, like they don't want to get killed the second time, right? Because the first time was too much.
They're like, why is this person just taking the arrows to the face? Because I want to retry. What is that called in golf?
R?
A swing,
When it's a do-over?
hole in one.
Sand trap. Happy
mulligan?
Gilmore, Billy Madison.
Or is a mulligan... Yeah, can I get a mulligan?
Oh, you mean a mullet?
Not a mullet, a mulligan.
A mulligan?
That's like when you're in like... Fuck.
It's a do-over in golf.
Yeah. You know, you pick it up out of the woods or the sand trap and you throw it on the green. Like mulligan. How many mulligans do we get on this 18 rounds of golf? 18 hole. I used to golf when I was a teenager. It was fun.
Yeah, I need a match trigger.
No, you don't. You need a driver for the driving range. I want another mulligan because I fucked up again. Yeah, I got a fiery mulligan right in the back. I feel like watching a 4K version of Happy Gilmore. But
Just
I don't know
tap
if there's allowed.
Just tap it in. Yeah, that's great. I love Happy Gilmore.
Is it available in 4K?
I don't know. GSL. What? I don't want GSL. What do I type in? GMP. Why does it send me a GSL if I type in GMP? What type of shenanigans is this?
I don't even know.
Stone.
Well, they didn't want me to try again. They respawned me like 10 miles away. Fuckers. Well, then. So, what gun are you going to get, Flippy?
I don't know. I'm kind of at this crossroads where I'm like, either I'm going to buy this
CZ?
because I'm going to. Nah, dude, I don't feel like getting a 1911 just yet. I don't feel like getting a fake
can,
1911 just yet.
You can get a CZ 1911. There is a such thing.
I mean, they're all CZ 1911.
No,
They're all
not a
1911.
Dan Wesson. Not a Dan Wesson. A CZ 1911. They came out last year.
Yeah, they're all like that.
The year before.
I'm either going to get
High Point.
because I'm not. Whatever.
Well, just get the Dan Wesson. Quit pussyfooting around with these revolvers. Shit.
Just get a high point.
Because I'm trying to get a hold of the Tombstone folks, and if I can get them to sell me this TR8 for $750 shipped, I'm going to do it. So I'm either going to buy that. I'm kind of playing now that I have another
Never
18K.
shoot it and then sell it or trade it for the Dan Wesson.
That might actually be what ends up happening.
Yeah. That gun's worth like $1,200.
Yeah, which is why I'm like, even at $800, it's a steal.
Is it the TR8 or the TRR8?
The TRR8.
Okay.
It's the one with like the detachable and reattachable rails.
Removable rails. That's what the RR stands for.
Yeah, detachable and reattachable. I'm either gonna get one of those. I'm kind of playing around with the idea of getting a USP 45 because I don't own a 45 anymore, and I have like 45
That's
bullets laying around. So
Tom Cruise's collateral gun.
yeah, so like I have 45 ammunition that's just laying around doing nothing because I don't have a 45 anymore. So I'm kind of like I might as well buy one.
Yeah.
Why don't you just get a high point?
Shits are expensive.
What, high points?
No, the
Yeah, dude. High points are expensive.
45s.
Bro, it costs real money to get the money print all over your high point. They're just like latex gluing on like $100 bills on your high point.
Every time I see a USP 45, it's like over $1,000.
I found there's some local people selling theirs for like 500.
And did they have an expert in 45?
I don't know if it's an expert or if it's an elite.
Do they make a solid gold high point?
It's a long slide. I would go for that.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, they're weird. The experts and elites are kind of, I don't know.
Does anybody make a solid gold high point?
Probably. Typically, if you start a sentence with, does X make A, it's usually yes.
Okay, cool.
You should just make the Tomb Raider guns, the Lara Croft HKs.
I'll take Lara Croft.
I think those are matched USP 45s.
Yeah.
They're like the dual tones.
The weighted comp things on them.
Yeah.
I think you need to buy special barrels. They're ported barrels, which is kind of gay.
What were you asking about? Was it the expert or the elite?
The expert.
Okay. Yeah, my local shop doesn't have one, but the shop they're affiliated with, like Rifle Gear, has like more than 10 of them in California right now. 0 of them here, so they'd ship it here. But they're like currently $8.99 from them, like brand new. Which isn't terrible, and it has like the match sights on it, the match trigger.
It's a good price.
Like $8.99 isn't terrible for
Yes.
it being brand new.
I don't know.
Saying the regular price is like $1,100.
Yeah. I think my shop just doesn't. They're not like an official HK dealer, so they charge about MSRP. They get a lot of HKs, though. You think they get their CZs direct from CZ, the distributor, middleman. I don't really know enough about the USPs when I'm looking at them.
Yeah, like I like them.
If there's anything like different, special about the ones.
They're just big, stupid, heavy guns because H&K can't make anything light. They don't understand the concept of a light firearm. That's why they took the AR and added like 5 extra pounds onto it.
You don't like the P2000?
I've never played with one, to be honest.
It's basically the precursor to the P30.
Yeah, I have a P30. I think I'll take my P30 out to the range tomorrow. Because I haven't shot it in a while. And I think it's broken. So I'll take it tomorrow and see if it's broken. And then if it is, I'm just going to ship back to HK and be like, yo, just send me a new one. Like, I almost got a brand new P30L out of HK last time. Because it took them like 3 or 4 months to fix the frame.
Well, what's wrong with this one?
It jams a lot.
Ugh. What kind of ammo are you using?
I don't know. 9? I don't remember the grain. I just literally grabbed the cheapest box of whatever and ran it through the gun, and it didn't run through the gun well.
You should run like 4 boxes of NATO, 124 grain, 123 grain, whatever it is, NATO 9mm through it. I bet you it feeds them all and functions.
Well, I mean, like, because
And
when
then
I got
after
it,
that, you don't
when I
have to.
got it back, I
Right.
fired like a magazine through it, and it had like 3 stoppages through that one magazine.
Yeah, but
And I
it
was
could've
using
been
the
your
same
shitty
ammo.
I had the same problem with Freedom Munitions, and then I switched up ammo to some NATO shit because I read online that the HK European guide or recoil spring needed to be broken in with
It's just too
hot,
hardcore.
heavy ammo.
Yeah. Regardless, I don't know, because then I ran my USP9 with the same ammunition, and it went through the gun flawlessly with like 0 issues. Plus, I kind of just want to see if the H&K would just give me a new gun.
Plus, the Freedom Munitions that didn't work in my Glock 26 or my P30 worked in my CZs. So, and I still own my CZs, but I don't own that P30 or that Glock 26 anymore. And the guy never got back to me and told me if it jammed in his XD or whatnot, so I'm guessing it didn't.
And to be fair, how would he know if it was the ammo jamming his XD or if it was just his XD being a crappy gun?
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, the XD is not like you got a Taurus or a Canic or something. They might not be able to make it through a 1,000-round class, but they're not like total garbage.
I kind of want to play with like a VP9.
Yeah, I've been looking at them, but I also want an SK, a compact, or the subcompact.
Like, my whole issue with the VP9 is after seeing them be like $430 brand new, I'm kind of like jaded now to where when I see them for like $560 on sale, I'm like, that's stupid. Why would I pay that much?
I see them all the time for like $525, $499. I think I saw the one day. Pretty good deal.
Yeah,
Just
If
don't wing it at a steel target as hard as you can.
If it drops down to being, if it drops down to being like if it goes back to being the 400s, I'll pick one up.
I probably never own one. I'll get the SK before I'll get a full size.
Well, I have this goal before I die. I would like to at least own one of every H&K gun that I can own. So eventually I'll need to pick up a VP9.
You're missing a lot of shit.
I know. But I mean, it's okay because I'm slowly but surely making it down that list. Like I purchased my dream MR556 rifle.
Wasn't there a USP 45 on Gunbroker? I want to say Knives was looking, and it was on there.
Oh, is Knives in here looking around?
A UMP 45. What did I say? Did I say USP? Yeah, UMP 45 that didn't have one of them. Well, it didn't have the gray stock. It had like the original one.
Wait, which one? The brown one or the... Oh, that weird bluish gray thing. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Those weird blue ones that they did for a short run and then discontinued them.
No. I mean, that gun right there is like the epitome of HK overpriced ripoff. I mean, maybe not ripoff. You're not getting screwed if the gun works, but it's basically a fucking high point carbine.
What's the BD date code mean? I think isn't BD... I think that's 2004?
Yeah. I don't know what that... I had a website that did the code.
I hate my internet.
I think 0 is A and 1 is
Whenever I
B.
type in like HK on my website or on just the thing, it immediately pops up under it like takes me to the Time Warner search page.
What is your thing?
Used to be Time Warner, now it's
No, I mean your serial number you're trying to look up.
for what? Oh no, there's a used USP 45 at the shop for like 700. I'm
BD.
curious to see what the date code is on it.
What's the difference between the VP9 and the SK?
Is it 95 or I don't know.
BD says it is 9 or 13. I think what is
2013?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I had a chart that fucking decoded the letters and numbers and shit.
I think DE means it was made in. It's not a German one. It's a.
That's the old proof mark for the. You know how they do CIP now? You ever see that on the German guns? It's a different standard or a different thing where everybody adheres to for shit.
Because like those settings stay in there, and then there's no like
What the hell?
that software.
Well, that's not very secure.
That's exactly the point. It was some like
Are they like talking on the phone?
I guess.
Hey, Flippy, I found a VP9 for like dirt cheap on Gunbroker.
Cool.
$300.
Is it a VP40? Oh, VP9.
No, it's a VP9. I'll
Yeah,
get you the link.
BD is 13. BE is 14.
Yeah, I'm putting it on the side chat.
Oh no, DE means Germany. Country of origin, DE.
Yeah.
Deutschland, Germany.
Deutschland.
It's on all my Walthers and HKs.
Weird, because my USP9 does not have DE on the slide, but it has made in Germany on the frame. I guess the slide was made here. Because what's ACE? I think AC was in the 9.
Mine's BF. So what's that? 14?
Yeah, AC was in 02, so I guess that was when the plant in Germany was there.
Yeah, DE is on the German. That's the proof mark. And the
Yeah.
CIP, you probably don't have on your gun 'cause it's older. I have
Okay.
the 236th HK P30 SK LEM from 2014, I guess. Is that what F is? 4?
Oh, this is 3 days out, dude, and someone's already bidding on this. This is sold.
Oh, that's the one I was looking at?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay,
3 days
sorry.
out, and someone's already bidding on it, so
Oh, okay, sorry.
that one's basically as good as sold.
There's an SK for 415, but there are 9 bids on it.
All right. So F is 5. This is from 2015. My P30L was from 2009. So it said AK on it. I'll give you the link.
Yeah, A is 0, so
I'll give you the link that I always go to.
yeah, A means 0, so AK would be
Yeah.
9.
09, yeah. This might have stuff you want to know about the USPs and whatnot, too.
Oh, that's cool. Let's do in El Paso selling a uh, Maritime Finish Mark 23.
What the fuck is a maritime finish?
It's an older Mark 23 that like has this special finish on it that makes it more resistant to corrosion. If you find one of those, it also means the barrel itself is also chrome lined.
Okay. So it's like a navy.
Yeah, it's very specifically the Navy SEAL version. Like the ones H&K still makes Mark 23s, but they don't put them through the maritime finish anymore. So like the new Mark 23s aren't like the Navy SEAL edition, so they're not chrome lined barrels with like ridiculously over engineered saltwater stuff. And that's crazy. Like the USB 9's been so expensive. Like when they first launched, they were all $550. Like they were touted to be like their main goal was they were going to be under $600.
What are you seeing them go for now?
Well, now they sell brand new for like 900.
Oh wow. What do they retail?
Oh, like 900 and up.
Oh, that's the retail.
Yeah, this is the retail.
Oh wow.
Let me find a USB 9 on this new listing site. Yeah, like this USP 40 is like $899.
Well, that's way cheaper.
Totally agree.
Shh. Having a moment of silence.
Mm-hmm.
For what?
Got ruined. For
Yeah.
reverence.
For I don't know why. I need to use that Strike Industries gun oil packets and just sit down and clean all my guns. I haven't cleaned some guns in like a year. Most guns in like a year. I wasn't kidding yesterday when I said I gave up cleaning guns last year. It was like a New Year's resolution.
Yeah, I kind of stopped cleaning guns too. No, wait, that's not true.
Gun butler. I clean new guns just to get them, except for Glocks.
Yeah, same. Like I bought one of my buddies a Glock 19, and I was showing him how to break it down and everything. He's like, "What is all this like?" He's like, "Man, this is a new gun. What's all this weird like bronzy gray crap inside it?" I'm like, "Eh." I'm like, "That's just the factory garbage. Don't worry about it." He's like, "Don't I need to clean this thing out for shoot?" I'm like, "Nah."
No. They actually suggest you shoot it with the copper lube until a few hundred rounds, then you clean it. Put your own shit in there. But I don't. I just keep it until the factory lube's like all black, and then clean it. The copper anti-seize.
Yeah, this. I picked up this gun, this USP 9. It's like I haven't cleaned it since I've taken it out shooting last year. Just kind of those things where it's like, I'm not really shooting this gun, and I threw it in my filing cabinet, filed under not really shooting this gun right now.
How about you, Smaggy? How's your gun looking? Clean? Dirty?
Yeah. Do you keep your fake 1911 clean?
He's not even going to dignify that with an answer.
He's like, that's not even worth a response. That's fake news.
I need a holster for my P10C because it doesn't fit any of my Glock 19 holsters.
Not even your Raven Eidolon?
I don't have one of those. I want a torsion. I'm not gonna get an Eidolon. I get a torsion for my 19. Be done with it. Wonder if I can get them to make it so it fits. I'll be like, make me one that fits the Glock and the CZ. I don't even think they can. I don't see how they can do it. I mean, some of the light holsters that are compatible make sense because the holster's just holding onto the light.
Yeah.
The dimensions are a little bigger than a Glock, or the slide and dust cover are taller.
Well, as long as it's not wider, it should still fit. I would assume it would still fit.
Not if there's only so much room to put a slide in there.
Man, I saw this thing where this guy was like, where he took his USP, and I'm still on this, the USP 40, and he turned it into like a 10 millimeter.
So this looks like it would fit. No, it's too big. Lining this up with my Blade Tech.
I was like looking at, I was looking at that. I'm like, man, that seems kind of neat. I kind of want to do that.
I saw that Fab Defense had a holster for it. Their holster looks fucking weird. It's definitely injected molding. See if I get a link for it. It's Israeli, so maybe Amit could give me a discount.
Maybe. Dude, I was talking to this guy yesterday, or the day I went to go pick up the revolver at the gun shop, because he's like telling me, he's like, yeah, FN sucks. He's like, I bought this FN battle rifle, a Mark 17 or whatever it is, the 17 Scar. He's like, this pin fell out, so I had to hot glue it in, and I can't get FN to return any of my phone calls about getting it fixed. I'm like, that's weird. He's like, yeah. He's like, I've called their Georgia facility. I called their North Carolina facility. None of these facilities are picking up. So I'm like, well, I'll tell you. He's like, you would think a gun good enough for the Army would be good enough for like it to not fall apart. I'm like, that gun isn't an Army gun. There's a stop order put on that gun because it eats optics.
Which gun is this?
The Scar 17.
Oh.
Like the harmonics on the gun, it destroys optics for some reason.
Look at this holster has an ice cream scooper at the bottom.
Does he work at Baskin Robbins?
The holster? It's not a person.
I was assuming the guy who had the holster, since he's holstering ice cream scoops.
Well, maybe. But I'd imagine that you would just Dremel that part off, the ice cream scooper part. Try to make it smooth so you don't cut your junk. It's got a claw. It's fucking plastic.
This
mold.
looks stupid. Why won't you just buy a Eidolon or go to Raven?
I am going to Raven. I'm getting the torsion. I'm just saying, I was looking at this the other day, like, why? What the fuck's...
Oh, so I guess you don't burn your junk on a hot barrel when you stuff it back in your pants after doing 8 mag dumps into a terrorist face.
You could still do that without it being long enough for a 17, I guess.
You could always mount your holster to a crotch protector.
Looks uncomfortable.
At least your junk is safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at what cost?
The next purchase will be this. Stand by it, because it's going to take me a long time. Maybe not. It's not even what I go. You piece of shit. Okay. What happened? Eidolon, man.
What did you eat?
Huh?
What did you eat?
I didn't eat anything. What are you talking about?
You said I ate a lot.
Do they even make the Torsion Raven? Or is it fucking Bravo? Braven.
No clue.
These sons of bitches. Messing with my memory. It's the phone towers. They're microwaving our brains. I saw it on YouTube.
What?
Huh? See what I mean? I don't even remember what I was talking about.
I guess it's true.
What am I looking at? Bravo?
No, I'm on the weird part of YouTube randomly. This is the title: Swedish women are turning into horses to attract Muslim mates.
Oh, that's weird.
What
Shouldn't that
is
be like-
this?
Shouldn't they be turning into sheep?
I don't know if I like that. Oh yeah, it's a Bravo. Forget about Raven. Jesus Christmas.
That's weird.
I know they should just combine forces and become Braven.
What, Bravo Concealment and Raven? Nah, dude, can't happen.
That's DB's idea anyway.
They can't do it, dude.
That's what I'm getting. Not bad. Not bad price. Not a huge fan of strut. Might get loops. Might get strut and loops. Or the clips. I mean, not a fan of the clips.
Yeah, you want the straps, right?
Yeah.
I would think the straps are better anyway.
Then again, I don't know. This thing really has to work. If it seems like, let's see.
I mean, it's not bad looking, that's for
I think
sure.
it only works with clips.
Yeah, but the clips are mounted. Straps are also mounted. You could why
Yeah, but
not
the
be
way
able to take them off?
The way it's designed is to press the grip of the gun inward toward you. to
Okay,
be
I
more
see how you put the
concealable.
pressure on when you wear a belt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And loops might not be able to do that. So it looks like it's just clips, I guess.
Okay,
But
I see that.
I think DB said you can buy like metal ones. Like there's a company that buys them and makes them,
Do they have different size clips?
modifies them.
Do the clips only come one size?
No, they got two different sizes, 1.5 and 1.75.
Okay. Okay, I see how you could only have the hard plastic instead of the straps.
Yeah, it's got to be able to push the gun or keep the gun where it's, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. From my point of view, that looks like it's part of the retention.
Yeah, if you look at it, go through the pictures. It shows you how it's twisted.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because they don't have the clips are on like an angle. They're not like side by side straight.
I see loops in this one. Or are they clips? No, they're clips. I got tricked.
I mean, it looks more secure, but I wonder if you can cant the clips also, or if it's just straight.
I think it's straight. There's 3 screws, 3
Rubber things.
3
I mean,
rubber
it doesn't look bad. How much are they charging for it?
$70, $69.99.
All right, that's not terrible.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good.
Yeah, there's the picture at the bottom under the video. The guy has a steel clip in there.
The one thing I don't like is I'd like it to be single clip.
Well, the guy in the picture looks like he's only has one clip, or is it the other clip is just hidden?
That would just mess with the torsion again, I guess. I don't know.
Do you know anyone who has one?
No. No, but it seems legit.
I guess you could always wait for July 4th and see if they have a sale.
Yeah. Coupon code or some shit.
You could actually search for the coupon code now for them if you want.
Yeah, it's probably just free shipping or something.
What happened to Flippy? Lost connection?
No, he just left.
So I watched King Arthur yesterday for the first time. Not a bad movie. Have you seen it?
No.
Decent movie. I see they have Power Rangers, the movie now. You know, maybe I'll watch Kong again. That was pretty good.
I think I tried to watch it and I fell asleep.
It's how long is it?
Kong?
Yeah,
I don't know. 2 hours, I guess.
that's not like fall asleep long.
Well, I didn't like try to. I turned it on late, and I knew I was gonna fall asleep, but I just never got back to it.
I gotta go pick something up outside. Hold on.
You.
Go.
Yo, so here's the deal.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. Silence is golden. You ever heard the golden rule?
EB's always right.
No, it's the one with the gold makes the rules.
Oh, the HVS rule. Yeah.
Yes, silver's up, gold is up, silver's down. I love listening to that shit.
There's just something about
Echo? Shut the echo off.
you're an echo. I ain't hearing shit.
You don't hear an echo? It's like really low.
Do you have the video playing or something in the background?
Oh, maybe I do.
What?
That makes sense.
Smegger's his perv.
Oh, I'm a perv. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Your hashtag the full comment. Funny.
Oh, that's just because the other day someone called her a small-dicked virgin. And she was like, it's pretty clear you don't follow my channel.
Small dick virgins.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure #tactical isn't one of those.
She's been
What's
posting
wrong with
stuff
that?
like that forever. A bunch of people, noobs, think it's a dude.
There's nothing wrong with that, man.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that's not a way to accurately describe the female in question.
I don't know. I've never met her.
The
She could be
female.
a big duck. She could be a big dick virgin for all I know.
She could be, I guess.
No, I think I talked to her on the phone or something. I don't know. Let me tell you, I'd like to know her.
She's nice.
In a different. I'd like to know her.
I haven't met her in person or anything, but the few times I've been in hangouts with her, she was nice.
I'd be nice to her. I'd say, hey, I'm nice. I'm a nice guy. Take off your pants.
All right, I'm back. What I miss?
Nothing.
The massage.
What I'm gonna do to hash tactical when I meet her. I'm gonna tell her some stuff. I'm gonna be like, I'm a nice guy now. You know, you should take your pants off now. It's only right. Or your top. Drop the top, baby. You gotta drop that top, baby.
Drop it like it's hot.
Like, what was that movie, Fame? Irene Carey. You just drop the top. You gotta drop the top, baby.
Shut up.
I guess
You shut up.
tactical is not coming. New chat.
I almost played music. Johnny Depp. Trump broke me.
You know, Johnny Depp's supposed to be the Invisible Man in the new monster universe that was kicked off by the Mummy.
Oh no.
That ain't a universe. Let me tell you, that shit got
That's
the
what
worst
that's what they
reviews
were planning,
and completely. Oh hell yeah!
That's what their plan is. All the
They
monsters
might still do it.
that have some type of big team up or whatever.
That's stupid.
They could still do it. That's all they have. Like Universal has owned the rights to those movies forever. Dracula, Frankenstein. I don't know how they did that and how long ago they did it. It was so fucking long ago.
It's like everyone sees Marvel
Yeah,
doing it.
who
They're
owns the
like,
rights
oh,
to,
this is what we have to do forever.
Stoker's Dracula.
DC's gonna try to make rated R movies now. They said.
Really?
Yeah.
I love watching the movies just copy of each other. Like Deadpool was good. Oh, every superhero movie has to be rated R now. Or, oh, these Iron Man and Avengers and Thor and Captain America, they all link together. Now all of our movies have to link together.
We wanted rated R superhero movies forever, though.
The thing is, I think there are some that it's worth it and some that aren't. Like Deadpool, yeah, you have to. Like if you read the comic, you know it's got to be a rated R. But I don't want to see a rated R Spider-Man. He just runs around catching bad guys or whatever. He doesn't need to be all crazy.
Rated R, but Wolverine has to be rated R. Some of them just have to be rated R.
I think a good one was Darkman. Remember Darkman?
Yeah.
Shit like that. Sam Raimi did Darkman after Evil Dead World or whatever the fuck it was.
Liam Neeson.
Yeah, that was Sam Raimi. And then after he did that, they were like, "Fuck, let him do Spider-Man." Oh, he wants to do it, let him do it. I think Dark Man was rated R. He was PG-13 or something.
I want to see them do a Dracula.
They just did, and it flopped too, and they don't know what to do now. They did Dracula Untold or something like that.
Well, I want to
That
see a
was
good
supposed-
Dracula.
Yeah, that was supposed to kick off the.
I think on some of these they're gonna pull a Thor and just pretend those didn't exist and like start over. Because remember the first Thor was awful, so they're like, yeah, this isn't part of the universe. Just pretend it didn't exist. We'll make a new one later.
Which Thor?
Not Thor. I don't know why I was thinking Hulk.
Oh yeah, that was bad.
They did
But
like
no,
Hulk,
yeah,
and then
I mean,
they like re-released Incredible Hulk or something. Like, yeah, we'll just pretend that first one didn't exist.
Yeah, that was before Marvel. I think the Ang Lee's Hulk with that was just horrible. But then Marvel did do a Hulk that was supposed to be included in the universe with Edward Norton from Fight Club.
I thought that was a good
And
one.
I think yeah, it was, and I think he was. That's in the universe. Like I think Samuel Jackson was in it and all that shit. But what happened was I think Eric Norton didn't want to do a deal or wanted too much money to be in the Avengers. So then they were like, all right, well, we don't fucking need you. Like, we'll recast you, and they did. So.
I didn't like Bano as the other Hulk.
No, that sucked. That sucked big time. That sucked though. Well, I didn't like Captain America the first. Well, I mean, it was okay. The first Captain America, but
The second one was
Civil War
better.
was awesome. Yeah, Civil War was crazy. A Winter Soldier was crazy. Captain
Yes,
America.
I mean,
so
I
they're
like
on
Winter Soldier.
They've had 3 Captain America movies, man. That's a lot. That's awesome.
When did the first like Marvel Universe movie come out? Well, like what was the first? Was that Iron Man? Was that the
Captain,
first
no.
one?
Oh, yeah. It was Iron Man 1. 2008, I think it was.
It's crazy, crazy wild ride.
Yeah, they did okay, man. I was gonna say Captain America, but I knew.
Yeah, no, I know that Cap wasn't the first one.
That shit was called the First Avenger.
So I think they had like Iron Man and Thor and like a second Iron Man all before Captain America came out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I liked.
Who released that guy on the motorcycle with Nicolas Cage?
Ghost
That
Rider.
was DC or whatever, right?
It wasn't It was Marvel, but it wasn't Marvel Studio proper or whatever they'd call it.
Okay.
It was 20th Century Fox or somebody. They still had the rights.
Okay.
Right, just like how Fox still owns X-Men, which is why they have to put out a new X-Men movie every once in a while to keep the rights, because it's one of them, like, if you don't use it in 10 years or whatever, like, it goes back to Marvel.
Yeah.
We'll find somebody
Marvel
else that wants to pay more money.
They were so broke and bankrupt, Marvel, back when they were doing that, selling the rights to things, and they regret it. And then they're in the process. Their goal is, to own everything back. So.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what happened with Spider-Man, because Spider-Man was a different
They
one.
didn't even get it back. Sony did such a bad job. They agreed to let them help and split the profits because they really don't have to. But they tried so bad with that last one, and they just realized, like, well, we don't have a fucking clue, do we? Like, we're just not good at this. We haven't been good at this since Peter Parker was fucking what's his face? Sam Raimi's movies. So, I don't know. Anyway, if you look at their deal, I saw it like on one of the news movie podcast guys on YouTube, Collider, or it was like Sony was like so fucked up, and Marvel wanted Spider-Man back so bad that they came to a 50-50 deal where like he can appear in their movies and they'll help Sony with their movie in return, and they'll split the profit in a certain way.
Well, Sony does Pixar, right?
No, I'm not sure. That might be no. I think Disney owns Pixar, right?
Disney. Yeah, Disney.
Okay.
Disney owns Marvel too, so it's all Sony's its own thing, and they've really fucked up their superhero stuff. I mean, and then Fox kind of fucked up X-Men for a while until recently, and then they kind of just fucked it up again with that Apocalypse movie. They fuck up their timeline, like their whole timeline is all fucked up now. But
I just didn't like how it took like 3 or 4 X-Men movie before Gambit showed up. Like, what the hell, dude? Gambit's like a regular original member of X-Men. Like, he should have been in the very
They were doing a
first one.
Gambit movie. They were doing a Gambit movie right now, and it went crazy, and then they canceled it. They canceled production. It was going to be with dude from 21 Jump Street or whatever. Forgot his name. He's a big actor now. He's like a Magic Mike dude. Buff dude. Anyway. Yeah, they fucked it up. It was right when they were doing Deadpool, and I think the budget on the Gambit movie was going to be like $220 million. And there was a whole bunch of shit, and they fired the director or whatever. And Deadpool came out and killed it. And their budget on Deadpool was like $70 million or something like that. It was like no budget. So that's when like Fox was like, fuck, man, like we don't need to spend a whole bunch of money on a Gambit movie. You know, like that. And who knows if it'll even do well. And then I guess they're going to let Deadpool like run the X-Men world now with X-Force, and a whole bunch of X-Men movies are coming out with Deadpool involved in them. And I think the last X-Men movie they're going to do is this Dark Phoenix. That's supposed to take place in the 90s. Because, you know, their timeline's all fucked up. With First Class took place in the 60s. Then they did Days of Future Past, was like the 70s or 60s and 70s. And then it was like 50s, 60s, and 70s. Then they did the last one in the 80s. And then they're going to do one in the 90s. But they can't figure out a way to do one in the current time, you know. I wouldn't mind if Logan was the last movie. That shit was awesome. Logan was good. I'd say that would be it.
Yeah, it was so sad what happened to Xavier.
Oh, yeah. Just leave it
Hold
alone.
up, Home Slice.
Yeah, don't spoil it. It's only been out for fucking 7 months.
Hey, listen, man. I can still hold out for spoilers.
I'll be back.
I'll be back to you too.
How did everybody not see X-Men yet? I mean, Logan.
Because I don't go to the movie theaters.
By the way, hello everybody.
Oh,
Nice.
hello.
Julio.
Hello.
Yeah. What I missed today?
I'm trying to bully Concealment Express into making CZ holsters on Instagram. Okay.
How's that working out for you?
I don't know yet.
Michigan automatic knife goes for repeal.
Michigan what?
Michigan automatic knives repealed, headed to the governor.
Oh, sweet.
It's headed to the governor. Awesome.
That's great.
So
I'm
you can
so
carry an
excited.
auto knife.
I want an auto knife.
Yeah, it's definitely an awesome thing.
Michigan's doing it, and also there's another state that's doing it also. What is that, Texas? Or is that just a Bowie knife?
I have no idea.
Oh, wow, I can set up 2 different hangouts at once. That's cool.
Can you connect to 2 at once, though?
Yeah.
Yo, is MA Massachusetts?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm setting up a room for G-Wubs to be able to jump into for when he's on Voices of the West.
But
That's
wouldn't
awesome.
you talking still be the same words on both chats?
Probably, but I could always mute one or the other. I mean, I'm not really planning on talking on the
Old West.
the other one. I'm just gonna set it up so he can join it.
He's trying to get some more people to get some of those Old West cards on Kickstarter. You got a few people left?
Yeah, and that, and I mean, just he's dedicating the cards to the dude that used to host the show.
Oh, the guy that passed away?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So he's going on the show today to like talk about him and stuff.
Oh my god.
Check this out. Third of the Democrat Party is party of Castillo Liberals elites. A third of the House is delegated is from New York, California, and Massachusetts.
Well, this food looks good. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
What food did you get?
I didn't get it. I'm watching it on Instagram. It's like fucking cakes and pastries and chocolate. Crazy looking shit.
Did you say chocolate?
Yeah. Bam. Bam. What the fuck?
Okie dokie. So I went ahead and put it up on the Daily Gun Show page on Gun Channels. I think he says it starts in like a half hour. He's on his way over there right now. So get the link, and I will Gun Channel's message, send it to him. Actually, I'm going to leave that open for right now. Just for the next minute or so. No, don't maximize, you bastard. I hate how when you put stuff in like the top right corner on your screen, it's like, oh, you want to maximize? It's like, no, I made it like small for a reason. Crap, G-Webs isn't in here. All right. Can I send stuff to myself? No, I can't. Huh. Crap, how am I going to get this to myself? I have an idea.
What's the big idea?
Saying.
Excuse me.
I just wanted to say, what's the big idea?
I know you did. It's okay.
Here's the deal.
Okay, so listen.
Yeah.
There's too many pictures.
There we go. Now I got it on my phone. And I can text it to G-Webs.
Oh my god. I got the game.
What the fuck?
What the hell is wrong with you?
Oh, that's good.
Why aren't people liking my picture more? Or as I say, that Moon likes my picture. Thanks, Moon. That's kind of funny.
No problem.
Like, I need validation. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Oh, so I can open up in this window. Tabs are fun.
Lost pictures. I guess that's one.
Oh shit, they're really talking about Eric Holder running for 2020. Oh, fluffer fuck.
No, don't get... What the fuck? Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, that was good. Smags, is this chat you're setting up? Is G-Webs gonna do it video or just audio?
I don't have any idea.
It's a radio show.
Yeah, but he's gonna like jump in with his phone or whatever, so I guess he could turn it on. But my guess is just gonna be audio.
Okay. Just curious.
Oh. Man, my touch screen is fucked up.
What'd you do? Sit on it?
No. I don't know what happened to it. It's called delayed and shit.
All right, so I can close that now. Put this one back over to the side. And come back over here.
Oh, any of you ever watch Angry Grandpa?
Yeah, it's stupid.
I thought that shit was funny.
That's just made up.
Yeah, but some of it is still funny.
Germany.
You gotta see this.
All right, put it on screen.
No, I mean this article. New Hampshire lawmakers accidentally passed law allowing pregnant women to kill people.
What the? F-
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
That goes to show you they don't actually read the bills.
Or it's just a fucking crazy headline.
It's just some bullshit abortion thing.
Oh, okay, they clickbaited you, huh?
Yeah.
Bastards.
They just passed a law that would make a fetus a person after 20 weeks. And if you killed it, it would be fatal homicide. So, yeah. I don't see how it's funny.
Who's laughing at it?
Person in the article.
Well, they're an idiot.
They're like, laws are rarely funny, but this one, it's just stupid.
Yeah, you don't play with that shit.
You know, someone who laughs at that stuff definitely has a couple of screws loose.
You hear about this guy hopefully retiring from the Supreme Court?
Who?
I don't know his name.
Yeah, he's supposed to release record right here in the summer.
Anthony Kennedy, who got Democrats a few wins in Supreme Court, is thinking about retiring June 26th.
Oh, good. The sooner he's out, the quicker they can get in someone worth having in there. What about, what's his name? The guy with the female name that looks like a prune?
You know, back. What did I miss?
Just a tip.
Nothing
Pro tip. Fucking muzzle your face.
Squeeze that space.
Dude, I'm so famous. You're blue collar as fuck, dude.
Yeah,
Did you see that video on Instagram? It's just
Did you
fucking
see
terrible.
that he made his account private?
I followed him right before that because it was like, and then I started trolling him bad. Like, dude, you're ugly as fuck, bro.
I made a comment on his video.
You're ugly as fuck, he said. He said, look at you, you're blue collar as fuck. I've never heard of this before. Blue collar as fuck.
Retired famous Instagram model.
I'm so famous.
Account.
Yo, it's so fucking funny.
Now than he had when I fucking made my comment.
It's funny because I thought.
Hey, was that supermodel dude?
Supermodel dude. He's a fucking loser to 20,000 people.
He's up
Moon Food has more. Moon has more followers, dude.
What are you talking
Moon's
about?
famous.
This guy
I just saw the video right now.
thought he was Instagram famous because he had like 29,000 followers.
Yeah,
But I had less when he made this video. When this video came out,
listen to me.
because
I
he's
got
going
more money than you. So listen. This guy's probably a fucking cuck-ass fucking liberal, too, talking like that. I got money, more money than you, so listen to me. Like, shut the fuck up. Unreal.
That would be like me bumping into somebody at the fucking supermarket and be like, "Do you know who the fuck I am?"
Let me in. I thought it was like
Moon?
I thought it was Hashnazi at VidCon. Because doesn't Hashnazi goes to VidCon?
Yeah, he posted something about it.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, Hashnazi's flipping out on somebody. Let me in, motherfucker. It's fucking famous day. Listen, man, I ain't got time for all that shit.
Yeah, it's tough being me. It's tough being famous like I am.
Yeah.
But you know, I just deal with it. You know.
I just deal with it. It's tough being as fat as I am, but I'm just gonna deal with it. I'm just gonna eat fried chicken anyway. Like, I'm fat.
What?
Now listen to me. I'm fatter than you. Listen to me. Dude, I got more money than you. Listen to me. Like, I'm.
I don't think I like the way you're speaking to me, DB. I thought we were friends.
Yeah. Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal.
So here's the deal. We're not really friends.
Here's the deal.
Anyway.
I practice dry firing on your card. So put your little card up there or whatever, and I practice shooting.
Oh, that's so nice of you.
You know, I didn't even realize. Like, I was like, why the fuck do you have sent me these cards? And then I'm like looking at them. I'm like, which one am I going to shoot? Because I wanted to shoot one of them. I wanted to and put them up on a target. And anyway. And then, because we used to do that target of the month or whatever, I figured I'd just use these. And then someone told me, yeah, he sent you those because those are the people you met. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, okay. Huh? That was like, that makes sense. Now, and then I'm looking at him, but you know what? I didn't meet one of them. He sent me a card with like some dude with an AK, like Wolverines or something.
Well, no, that's for the what is that? The tactical hot shot or no, that's not the hot shot, but that's just for the hell of it. No one has that logo of the Wolverines AK guy.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a person that I was supposed to have met.
No. Yeah, he just tossed some of those in for the hell of it.
Oh, okay. Well, and I didn't get Ralph. I met Glock Guru. I don't know if he's got cards of him.
Yeah, that was one of them things. I think it was a good first draft. We made the thing in like one chat on a Saturday night at like midnight or something.
Mm-hmm.
So we tried to get everyone. There was a lot of people in there that had met up with a lot of people. So it's like, well, I'm pretty sure they met all these people. Like I made sure you got all the people from NRA that I knew of that we all hung out with.
Oh yeah. I didn't stab anybody.
Well, yeah, no, there were some gaps, and there were some people that like got really upset, like, oh, what the hell? I didn't get it. It's like, all right, whatever, dude. And other people are just like, well, that was neat. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Dude, if you don't go back to Google Plus, we don't even know you, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're supposed to be on my Google Plus page.
What? I don't think I have anyone added on my Google Plus page. It only exists so I can do Hangouts. Like, that's the only reason it exists.
We had, like, what was that shit called? Like, Gun Chat or something? We had, like, communities on Google Plus that were, like, us. And, like, a bunch of other people's. Back in the day, yo. It was crazy.
Yeah. I was lurking back then. Like, before Gun Channels, I was just a lurker. And then once Gun Channels came around, I actually started joining into the live chats.
Then you became
like a creeper.
worker.
Oh, yeah.
Then you became what we call a worker class.
I'm a proletariat or whatever.
You're working now.
The working class needs to have affordable housing.
That's right. That's what I'm trying to say.
So you're telling me
you're
going to build me an apartment complex? That's pretty cool.
No, a private corporation is going to build an apartment complex, and then we're going to let you live there because we got a deal from the city.
Okay. Well, I mean, Gun Channels is a private corporation, and it's not publicly owned.
That's right. Well, if Gun Channels could buy some land from the city, then they could cut them a deal to let you live.
Yeah, I'm sick of this, like, renting shit to go to, like, gun expos and stuff. I think Gun Channels just needs to, like, buy a house in Vegas and buy a house in Dallas and buy, like, any place where, like, NRA might be, we should just buy a house there.
We're lucky Gun Channels is even in business, I guess, now. But, you know, with sponsorships and shit, like, we ain't, Brownells ain't paying for shit, you know? What is it? All those sponsors, like, corporate sponsors and shit. That shit happens, like, a lot of guys be fucking traveling, doing shit, sponsored stuff.
Oh, that'd be fucking awesome.
Yeah, they were doing a lot of that shit. Just not us. Someone was. Ooh lang lang lang, ooh lang lang. Yep. People were doing shit, son. Glocktober was sponsored by Glock the first year.
I think they gave him stuff the last time too.
Oh, okay.
One year they like snubbed him, but then 1 year they gave him stuff.
They were like, dude, go fuck yourself. You know what's funny? I see that hashtag all over the place. I see that hashtag all over. And it ain't got nothing to do with us. I'm so proud of you, Dad.
The Illuminati finally got him.
Yep. Yeah, I listened to that interview he did with that conspiracy guy. He said, "Look, man, I try to mix in the medicine with the food, man." He sure did. Thank you so much for that.
Illuminati to my body.
Illuminati.com. We are Illuminati. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Fidget spinner.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Yo, that class sold out, and I swear to God, Moon, I sent you that link. I just went back and checked on it like that night. That shit was gone. 14 students or 12 students only or something.
That's small.
Every single class sold out in one day.
That's a small class.
Yeah, it's still 12. Yeah, it's small, but dude, he had a lot of classes.
Well, G-Wub's just joined in on the other on the Daily Gun Show thing. They're getting set up and stuff right now, so it looks like they're going to be going live soon. I'll leave the lobby running, but I'm probably going to have the stuff muted.
Is that? I thought it's Saturday. You guys do a show on Saturday now? What the fuck? You don't got a day off? You got one day off?
He's going to the radio station to be live on the Voices of the West.
Voices of the West?
Promoting his playing cards.
West Coast is the best coast?
The Old West. Wild West.
Wild, Wild West. It's like a jungle sometimes. I've been rapping since back then, bro.
People stop doing that shit.
That would be an awesome rap line. Like, I've been around since they were saying, A lot of rappers were saying that shit. There's a lot of them. Bum, 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 bum. Time to go get drunk. We are farmers.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum.
You know it.
The Griffin Turkey Bay.
Getting it. Gotta get it while the getting is good.
I like that song.
You know what song I like? Britney Spears.
Oops.
Which one?
In my pants.
Slave. One of my favorite songs. Slave. I'm a slave for you, baby.
I think if she came out with that song now, there would be like outrage from the fringe.
Oh my god, dude.
Be like, oh my god, she said slave.
She didn't include all the genders.
Yeah.
Cartoons are gay now. There's 40 genders.
And that's why I still watch the old one.
Republicans are retarded. Democrats are worse. It's crazy, man.
Republicans need to start legalizing weed.
Yep. All I gotta do is start being pro-homosexual, pro-gay Republicans, pro-weed. That would be it. Then you got a bunch of wackos on the other side.
Hey, Cindy likes me.
Yozers. Trying to get this fucking chicken, son. I'm sitting in line at Zaxby's right now. Here we go.
So this show, G-Webs is going to be on starts at 7, right? Anybody know?
What?
This show G-Webs is on starts at 7 o'clock.
What?
I guess. Yeah, it's 7.
Hey!
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Yeah, G!
Being chased by robot dinosaurs.
How you doing for that game, man?
It's pretty cool.
What's the moon rating?
A 9.9.
Moons? 9.9 out of 11 moons.
Yeah.
God damn. Shit was real.
I like the CZ.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Can I get a number 2, a number 3, and a number
Thank
4? And a Diet
Yeah,
Coke?
remember number 11? That shit was fun shit. Oh. All right.
Go to KFC, give me a number 12.
I got bit by the worst mosquito ever in history, man.
Oh, yeah, you guys get rained and you guys get mosquitoes.
Dude, I had like a big ass black mosquito was like floating around by my hand, and I punched it in its fucking face, and it still bit me. Now I'm fucked up.
Nah, we get them in the summer.
What was that ATI post about? Just deleting the row mark?
Wait. What roll mark?
On the slide, that little picture that ATI put out.
Yeah, well, I think they were going to announce the ATI 9 or whatever it is, and that's going to be
The A9
like,
or
yeah, it's going to be like their new slide that you just buy from them, I thought. Like they bought a bunch of slides. That's what I thought it was going to be.
So one of the comments said that cut on that slide was just like a delete of the roll marks.
Oh, they're going to have their own roll mark?
I don't know.
I like the way they do their slides, man. Like, fuck, what the fuck's wrong with it?
They didn't show it yet, though, right?
No, they said it was today. I thought for sure they were going to do basically like, hey, buy a slide. You can buy a slide with an RMR or just a slide without an RMR.
Because I'd buy a slide without an RMR or with one or whatever for my other 19.
Wow. Dude, I can't believe RMRs are so fucking cheap, dude. Like the first gens or whatever. They're still $350. I was reading though, like a lot of people are saying, oh, it's just about battery contacts. Something called potted, and then I researched that. Is the new one's potted, which is the main, like all the circuitry shit is embedded in some sort of gel. Shock, it's like encased in like a gelatin cube for shock resistance. So I guess that's a big deal. The battery alone, and then that it's like encased in some sort of gel. I'm sure prices will come down soon on those anyway.
Which one was the one? The 06?
I think the Armo 6 is the 3.25 dot.
How much are they?
7. They're both the same price. They're
like $350.
yeah, they're $350.
Yeah.
What is it? Brownells? Not Brownells. Some fucking place is blowing them out. Optics Planet. But if the new one went on sale for like $450, then I'd be pissed. I think the new one's gonna be like bullet fucking proof. Because the old ones were pretty much bulletproof.
Yeah. You might as well get the 2.
Might as well get an MOS now. Because of it. MOSs are through the Blue Box program. You can get one with a coupon. The only reason one of the main reasons not to get an MOS was because the optic wasn't fit in there tight enough, and it would beat itself to death eventually. But the new one might be so much more tough, it might be fine. But I really like that Delta Point, man. If you can, like, get a chance to look through a Delta Point, you'll be like, damn, this is awesome.
LDV.
Yeah, I saw the SIG one.
The SIG RMR?
Yeah. You know how like the rear sight looks flush with the RMR, so it looks like there's no co-witness. There's like a notch in the RMR, so you can see through the notch in the rear to the front sight.
Oh, you can see the front sight?
Yeah. It's like the same notch going through the rear that goes through the RMR, or through the wherever the red dot. What's up, Knives?
Nice. You fucking Puerto Rican.
Who the fuck you calling a Puerto Rican, motherfucker? Fucking Puerto Rican, man.
Yeah, trust me, they don't like you either.
And Salvadorians, too. Just kidding, I ain't racist. Yo, DB, you ever heard of B-Gas?
Who?
B-Gas. B-E-G-G-A-S.
Hell no.
I'll give you the link when you go home.
Nah, I'm good, dude. I don't listen to whack shit. Fuck am I?
Wolfpack Connection.
I told you to listen to fucking Conway and them fuckers, man. Now they're son to Eminem.
I already did.
It's too late. You're not cool like me now. The whole idea is to listen to people before they get signed, you know. And then once they get signed, you go, oh, I used to listen to them when they were signed, you know. Now it's lame.
Snake the Ripper.
When I was in the music business, there was a saying where I worked. And it was said, I'm sure it's not original, but, you know, you have your whole life to make your first album, you know. So usually that's why those are the best, because you worked on it forever. And your second album, you got about a year. You know? So it's always good to listen to people when they're new. It's when their best shit is usually. Unless you're awesome, like Mobb Deep, and it just never stops being awesome.
They always have some good ass beats though, dude.
Peace out.
Yeah, I found that CD and I started playing it last night.
I'm on LimeWire. Getting it in. Find me on LimeWire.
Nobody goes on LimeWire no more.
Just me.
Yeah, I think you're the only one.
LimeWire doesn't even exist, does it?
I'm sure it does. It was a peer-to-peer.
Who is this guy that G-Web is on the show? Whose show was that? Anybody know?
No. I'm gonna go listen to that shit.
Yeah, I'm listening to it now.
Alright.
Church or school or work and everything else. They're normal people. I just want to inspire.
Yo, leave that shit on.
Something all that someday. You know, amazing that you. But you started doing it. Yeah, amazing you mentioned that. My sister-in-law, while she was visiting here, got me this cookbook from the Lodge folks.
Yeah, it's slowing my computer down. I'm gonna just go watch it. I'm just gonna go listen to it. I'll be back.
Began Lodge.
Damn, it got quiet.
There's still peeps up in here.
Yeah. Drinking coffee?
No, not yet. Matter of minutes. It's only a matter of minutes.
Yep. Everybody's over there at that Old West gun show thing you put together. I'll listen to it right now.
Yeah. No thanks. No offense. But yeah. Like Old West to me is like watching paint dry. Grass grow.
Planting seeds.
Yeah. Maybe it's just because they talk about movies that I've never seen. I've only seen like maybe 20 westerns in my life. All mainstream.
I just keep watching the same ones.
My CZ is sweet. Sweet CZ. I hope it stays in one piece. I already put an extendo on it. +2.
How does she feel with it?
Good. I can't reach down that far anyway.
Carry 2 mags and an extendo just in case.
I got this +2 off one of my PO7 mags. And then my PO7 came with 2 flush base plates already, so now I got one 17 round mag and one 15 round mag.
I better look.
How much they want for these mags?
I've been looking at the VP9 SK for a while.
Yeah, it's good. Should be good gun.
Yeah, that base pad. Can you hold one more round open?
Nope. It's just a pinky extension. Hold on, I'll be right back.
All right.
What's going on? What are we talking about? VP9er?
EP9.
VP9SK?
Yeah, stop that base pad.
Yeah. I should just call HK and be like, I got a P30 SK and I just want the pinky for the VP9 SK. I just want some pinky extensions. We'll
For my pinky.
get them right out to you, sir. I'll just tell him I know Flippy.
Draw a wizard on the box when I get it.
He'll probably hang up on me and shit.
What don't you like about the new toy you got?
Say what? What don't I like about what?
What don't you like? What you don't like about your new CZ?
What I don't like about it is it doesn't have the best mag release ever. I think the P07 has a better mag release. It's not the worst mag release ever. It's just one of those ambi button things. Like, how many guns work with that thing in it? Glock tried to do it and it failed. I don't know who else does it. Button on both sides. Seems to work. It's just, I mean, it loosens up. It's loosened up since I first got it, but it still has a click. Like, you have to kind of punch through that. It's almost like a trigger. It's like it's got a little take up, then a break, and release. But I can do it with my trigger finger on the other side, so it's not that bad. Slide lock is still like kind of hard on an empty mag, but on a full mag I wasn't having a problem at all after like a few mags. Not much I don't like. The sights can be blacked out in the rear. I can't even barely focus on the front sight, but they're adequate.
Yep. What's your next one?
I don't know. Probably just gonna get ammo and see what classes I can take.
I wonder what's gonna be the next new good in Shot Show. Probably the same shit.
I see a lot more factory custom looking shit coming, probably. I don't know. It's got to collapse on itself eventually. Go like back to basics, where like back to the most basic shit is cool, and not all this side charging gimmicky crazy shit. Is that a Scar with one of those skeleton handles? What kind of stock is that? Is that an ACR? What's going on?
I don't know, man.
Help me. It's not a Scar stock, is it? An ARAC? No. Fuck is that thing?
Well, that was fun double hosting.
Well, you're the man.
I know, I'm pretty awesome.
Whelp.
Whelp?
WELP. Creamy, chippy beef. The sights glow when you charge them with a flashlight. Or you're out in the sunlight and you have to transition into a dark warehouse full of zombies. You'll have night sights. No worries.
Well, that's pretty cool.
But I still want to change them out. For blacked out rear and a fiber optic front. These shits are dead on though. 25 yards and I don't know. My Glock is not dead on the sight department. I had to aim like right to get a decent score. This gun, I just aim right at 6 o'clock. And they all hit around there. Point of aim. I like them. I like these sights better than the APX, even though they're both standard 3 dots. Something about the APX sights like really suck.
Yep.
Yep.
Ooh, get to my picture.
Is that a little 5.56 can? Or what? That'd be sweet.
Test 3, 2, 1, 2, 3.
We can't hear that test that you did with numbers.
Can't hear it. Then how did you know it was numbers?
Your test has failed.
So, guys, we need to start establishing a Second Amendment community on Steemit.
Steemit? What the hell is that?
Well, it's like a social media platform where they pay you in cryptocurrencies and no censorship. So you could post your videos on YouTube, and even if YouTube doesn't allow you to monetize them, you could make, Steam currency on Steemit. And basically you can make Steam, which you could, sell for Bitcoin or trade for Bitcoin and buy gold with it.
Going for it.
I don't know. Look it up on the internet. I'm not a really. I'm just basically it. It's like you can make Steam just by liking other people's posts or commenting on other people's posts or sharing other people's posts, which is called re-steaming on there. But basically, they don't censor anything, unless you steal, other people's videos or something. But they don't do any censorship, so you can talk about guns and post all the gun videos you want, and you can actually get paid for it. So basically, I did like nothing for like 2 days, and I made $1. And
I'm signing up right now.
Yeah. Well, follow me. I just posted a couple of 3 metals videos so far. A couple of pictures of coins and stuff, and my beans, bullets, but we need a lot of Second Amendment people on there so we can start.
No capital letters.
What do you mean, no capital letters? Oh yeah, on your name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like Volcano Squad, because they didn't even allow. They didn't have enough room. Hawaii would have made it too long. They didn't allow. So yeah, for your name, I think it's no capital letters. I've posted my Steemit page on the blog page on the news feed. But when there's more Second Amendment people on there, we could start posting gun videos too. There's a crypto and some metals people, but it's and a few preppers, but we definitely need to get more Second Amendment people on there. So, and because one, we can all make money doing it, and two, yeah, it's like another social media platform we can use that won't censor us, And if you're into cryptos, who knows? It's hard to tell. I don't have a crystal ball, but you don't have to pay for it. It's free. They pay you.
Some of those currencies go up.
They go down and up quickly, so they're volatile. There's no doubt about that. And and the exchanges, they don't have any regulations yet. So they could do whatever the hell they want because it's not illegal because there's no regulations because the government. I think there are a lot of. I mean, it's legal except Bitcoin is legal tender in Japan and China, and I know Russia is trying to get their own national cryptocurrency going. They met with the founder of Ethereum, and I think they want to use Ether to do that. But who knows? Ether crashed the other day on Coinbase, but I only have gold and silver right now, and a little bit of Steam apparently. I've been on Steemit for a week, I heard about it, it didn't do anything, and then Oily signed up for it. Oily Prepper, who's on my show sometimes. So I signed up, and I didn't see a lot of gun people on there. So I think we need to take it over, or at least start a little. Let's make money with Crypto's gun group over there. And you could share, Mooney, if you're into Instagram, you could share all your pictures, I bet, on there. And I'll follow you, and then, next thing you know, you'll be a millionaire out of Steam or Bitcoin or whatever you trade it for. And there's a few videos, a lot of videos about cryptocurrencies. I'm still learning, about that stuff. So
I have to wait for my turn, it says.
Wait for your turn?
Says they're validating my sign-up request.
Oh yeah, they'll basically they'll send you an email confirmation, and then use your cell phone as a two-step. What do they call that? Two-step confirmation method or two-step verification.
Yeah, I got the
Something like
text
that.
already.
No, okay. Yeah, I don't even do Instagram. So anyway, there's me in the internal when you get it all figured out and approved. I think it might take a little while. A lot of people were signing up for it.
I'll be among the earliest members of the Steemit community.
We'll all be crypto millionaires. If we but yeah, we can obviously use it also for our Second Amendment awareness stuff. So there's got to be people out there that like guns besides us.
Yeah,
because guns are fun. I listened to that June 22nd Every Second Matters thing that they had about the Norman case. I have my Florida carry card for this year. They automatically renewed me without asking, but that's okay. The card looks great in my NRA wallet. So,
Yeah, the Steam thing seems kind of interesting. It's a little confusing, but it seems interesting.
Yeah, we'll just stay on there, hit the like button, hit the re-Steam button on something that you find interesting, and then next thing you know, you'll have Steemit, and it'll tell you. You click on the wallet thing, it'll tell you how much your Steemit is worth over time. And I think that it's like I haven't figured it all out yet, but it's basically like the more people upvote the same video, the more they all make in Steam. So Steam money. So
right. Well, it said there's 3 different types of thing. There's Steam Power, there's Steam, and there's SBD. And your Steam Power is like, if you have more of that, when you upvote somebody, it's like worth more to that person. So like those are like the heavy hitters' opinion apparently is like worth more than.
Well, but I just read that like a couple days ago they forked it so that everybody's vote was supposed to count the same, and it wasn't just the whales whose vote counted the most, because everybody was just following the whales. So they wanted it to be more democratic, so they forked that. So
they might. I'm reading the quick start guide or whatever, and that's maybe they just haven't changed that yet.
Yeah, well, it's basically easy. You just click on things and write a few things in a blog about whatever you want to blog about, or post some pictures, or post some of your videos, and people of the same interests will be clicking and sharing and re-steaming and all that stuff. And then the more people do that, the more everybody gets paid in Steam, and the more people join up because everybody else wants to get free cryptos, and then you can trade it for Bitcoin, at some point. But I think they send you to Coinbase. There's other places where you can probably trade Steam besides, because Coinbase doesn't, they don't work in Hawaii. I do have I still have to open my First Hawaiian bank account there and take some money out of my Bank of Hawaii, so I could use it with my Abra little phone app, because I could buy Bitcoin right from there, but it's like a little crypto wallet that could actually also keep money in, but I don't know. Like I said, still, it's all new paradigm of what money will be. But hopefully my gold bars and silver will still work, People aren't throwing that stuff away yet.
Tons of ways to spend your hard-earned Steam /SBD.
You're gonna make me actually go read the thing.
There are several online stores that shop that accept that. PureHub.com is an online store which accepts SPD and sell tons of items, including clothing and artwork. It's similar to eBay/Craigslist.
If you could trade it, for Bitcoin, then you could go to Provident Metals, and I know that they accept Bitcoin in exchange for gold and silver. So, you can get gold delivered to your house, just by blogging on Steemit. That would be cool. And there's some people that are doing that. That's that's specifically what they're trying to do. Some of the silver YouTube guys and metals YouTube guys are going over there. But there's so much, it's social media, it just gets out of control, at some point when you have like you guys, you have Instagram, gun channels, YouTube, and how many other things, Facebook and God knows what else. Who can keep up with it?
It's a beta, right?
Steemit?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what they're calling it, but maybe they're calling it a beta, but...
Does it have like 3 blue wavy lines?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm in the right place. I don't know if I'm like, they didn't give me a chance to make up a password.
Oh, what they do is they send you a password, and I stored it on like a notepad. You save it. So I saved it onto a notepad, and then I click remember the password, because it's like
but they are very, very. I don't know what the right word is, but they mentioned many times that there is no password recovery.
Yeah.
So if you lose the thing, you can't get in.
The word you're looking for is anal retentive. So save that on your computer and write it down on paper too. Otherwise you'll lose your access to your Steemit money. Of course, if you change it to Bitcoin, you could transfer it to a blockchain wallet on your computer. When it's worth 1 Bitcoin. And what is Bitcoin going for today?
I have to wait for my. Keep saying I have to wait for my VAT, or whatever, my approval.
Yeah. So wait, do something else, and while you wait.
I hate waiting.
You flippin' American. This is give me convenience or give me death. Well, that was the Dead Kennedys album. Give me convenience or give me death.
I just want to know if that's normal or not.
Yeah, that's normal. I had to wait. When I got to that point, I just did something else. Made a YouTube video or went and listened to gun channels or something.
I'm dry firing and playing video games.
Oh, what video game are you playing?
Horizon.
Never heard of that.
Horizon. Yeah.
Never heard of it.
Is that the one with the
games out there?
Is that the one you gotta shoot with the bow and arrow?
Yeah.
Have dinosaurs and shit like that?
Yeah.
Oh god, they're shooting dinosaurs with bows and arrows again.
Robot dinosaurs.
People. I'm shooting people in the face with arrows.
Well, in Hawaii, somebody pointed a crossbow at a cop and they got shot with a Glock.
Well, there's no Glocks in this game. There might be buried somewhere because it's 1,000 years in the future. So, it's probably a good Glock somewhere. Not a good one, but like good example.
Any Glock's better than no Glock.
I wonder what would happen in 1,000 years if it was like packed in that weird Turkish jelly that they pack guns in.
Cosmoline?
Nah, some other preservative. Might not last as long as Cosmoline. Yeah, just pack like a bunch of Glocks and Cosmoline, bury them. You'll never know what happens to them. Maybe someone in 1,000 years will dig them up. Like, look at all these Glocks. This is awesome. Make sure you put some ammo in there
Oh yeah.
so that they have something to shoot each other with.
I don't know what the hell good 9mm is going to do against a T-Rex, but probably just make it mad.
From 10 millimeters.
Against it'll just make a T-Rex mad. I think anything less than 50 caliber probably won't do anything.
The eye socket.
You're gonna sit there while shoot a handgun while a T-Rex is charging you.
Yeah, just don't move. They can't see you.
Yeah, just don't move while a T-Rex is roaring and charging at you. Just don't move. See how that works out.
Yeah. See how it does work out.
You first. So, guys, I watched The Big Trail. I got the Blu-ray DVD, and it was like John Wayne's first big movie. He was very young, but it was like it was shot in 70mm, and I mean, but the sound was like brand new. So, and it was directed by Raoul Walsh, and it was like, I mean, because it was like they were trying to get this big panoramic thing. I mean, it was hard to follow the dialogue of some of the characters. I mean, I don't think they had shotgun mics at the time, and they didn't have dubbing, so it was just all production sound, and you couldn't really hear everybody talking. So you have to like, but it was like the first and last. I mean, but it lost so much money because they shot it in 70mm and in 35mm. So every scene had to have at least 2 takes of the same scene, and plus they also they didn't have dubbing. They shot it in, another 4 times for each scene so they could have different languages, different actors who spoke different languages, and actually because they couldn't dub it back then. But there was only 2 movie theaters that were capable of projecting 70mm. So there was one in LA and one in New York. So of course it lost money, and not to mention that it was in the middle of the Great Depression, which is why basically William Fox wasn't making Fox was in financial troubles, and they didn't have enough money they were planning on building lots of movie theaters all over the country with 70mm, but they didn't have the money to do it. So they made this film, and boy, it had actually one of the big characters, one of the bad guys, villains, was Geronimo's grandson. He played a Mexican bandit named Lopez. Anyway, the Blu-ray was interesting. I found the commentary. They had a commentary with a historian talking about John Wayne, and he looked so young back then. It was like 1930, I think. He was just a young kid basically in his first real movie. And then after that, John Ford was so pissed at him that he didn't return his calls for like 8 years until John Ford made Stagecoach. But it's a nice historical piece of film, history so I got the Blu-ray DVD, and it's pretty, you guys might want to check it out sometime. The Big Trail. And he used mostly knives. He had a gun a rifle in that movie, but he threatened people with knives all the time. All the bad guys. And apparently he knew how to throw a knife and hit what he was aiming at. Oh, there's a really interesting story about the sound truck. That basically they in order to shoot sound with pictures, they had a separate sound truck, which Raoul Walsh had seen somebody interviewing, you know, because they used to only have silent movies, right? And Raoul Walsh had seen like Movie Tone News interviewing a union strike leader in Los Angeles, and he was like transfixed, and he went to a phone booth, called the studio, you know, William Fox, and said, "We got to shoot with sound. We got to shoot with sound. We got to shoot with sound." You know, but they didn't know anything about it. They were almost clueless. And then the sound truck, where they were shooting an action scene in Arizona, and the sound truck just flipped over. So like everything stopped while they ran to they like got to LA and try and put together another sound truck, and on the way back a jackrabbit jumped up and hit the windshield of the new sound truck, and that's how basically they didn't have safety glass. So Raoul Walsh, the director, was blinded, and he had to actually have one of his eyes removed. I mean, and then when go ahead, what were you gonna say?
So that sucks.
Yeah, and then when John Ford was having problems with his vision, he had called up Raoul Walsh for advice, and Raoul Walsh told John Ford, "Well, don't worry about it. Just if you're having problems with your eyes, just have the bad eye removed. That's you can get by with one eye. I've been getting along. Told him I can get along with one eye just fine. You don't need two eyes." And so John Ford thought that was the most crazy thing he'd ever heard. He just hung up and he stopped. He never. He just didn't pay any more attention to Raoul Walsh after that. You know, but because yeah, it's like he was like John Ford was like, "I'm going to be in the hospital. I'm not going to be able to work on films." And when Raoul Walsh said, "Well, just have it removed," he hung up on him. He's crazy. But yeah, and it lost a ton of money because, I mean, not only did it cost a fortune, and it had like, you know, they had like, you know, 700 Indians, you know, 10,000 cattle, you know, I mean, it was like a real cattle drive, a real, you know, wagons going, it basically was wagons going west, you know, up the Oregon Trail or whatever. And it really was an entire cast of people on a wagon drive through the country, you know. So it was just like, you know, 10,000 people. And so they called it the Big Trail, which is what it was. That film history is very interesting. Wow! Somebody just poured on on Steam. It just poured a hand-poured silver bar in the shape of Florida. Florida hand-poured silver bar. I'm going to share this because your Steemit account is it up. I'll go and try and screen share it if I can. If I can find it. Can you guys see this? Hello?
Yeah.
So somebody hand poured some silver in the shape of Florida. Anyway, I'm on Steemit right now looking at stuff. This popped up in my feed. Vegan Silver Stack. It's one of the silver metals people on there. That's interesting. So what I'll do is figure out how to re-steam this, or hit the thumbs up on it, or here it is. Hit the up arrow, and to re-steam it, I press the re-steam button. Are you sure? Okay, I'll re-steam it. Now it's got that little green arrow in front of it. Well, there you go. Showed up on my feed. So I subscribed to this Silver Stacker guy. Back to my page. So I don't know if these totals are by each thing is the amount of money that it's made so far in dollars and cents. It has a dollar sign by it, or if that's how much money I made off of it, which it seems impossible. So that's like the total amount of money that the video's made, probably. There's Oily Prepper's last chat from Thursday. Anyway. Now, apparently I'm researching this thing called Genesis Mining. It's this place in Iceland that has all the servers and stuff. And you could just sign up and earn free Bitcoins from this mining place. I don't even understand it. One of our mining centers, Reykjavik, Iceland. There's a video.
Strike says he mines one of them. It's not Bitcoin, but
Litecoin. Well, this is Genesis, and I'll share this page. There's some videos on this you could just to give you guys an idea. I mean, like I said, I'm still learning about this stuff. So anyway, here it is, genesis-mining.com. Start mining Bitcoin today. I haven't clicked on the Start Mining Now button yet. I'm still watching videos about it. But you can select which types you want to mine, you know, but you can do a YouTube search and watch videos about it. There's some stuff on when you get on Steemit. There's you could just go to the cryptocurrency section and just type in Genesis mining and probably get all kinds of stuff. Like I said, I'm still learning. Yeah, there's some video about where the guy shot, like he's walking through like one of these mining data centers where it's just racks and racks and racks like that, like they're showing on this page, you know, of like rigs of data mining computers. Anyway, all right, mission accomplished on that. I don't want to turn this into Bitcoin channels, so. But I would like everybody on gun channels to get rich easy, if that's okay. Whether the Bitcoin will actually do that, hell if I know. Where did my coffee go? I think I'm going to go grab my coffee. Put it down in the other room.
Yo, Moon.
Yeah.
Yow. Hey, you recommend Battlefield 4?
The fourth one? Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right, I got my coffee cup. That's good. So, Moon, like, how many gun photos do you have on your Instagram page?
Let's see. Million?
Mm-hmm.
768.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's a lot.
Yeah.
looks like it's just me left. Unless Meggy's still out there. Knives and moon guns left, so. Yeah, I saw Arizona was like 120 degrees at some point in some parts of it. Baking cookies in the car. What's the temperature in Prescott, though? It has a higher elevation. Yeah, 120 is too hot. $1 to mow 3 acres? I don't think so. I wouldn't do that if it was cold. Much less if it's hot. We'll have to decide whether I want to sign up for Genesis mining, cloud mining. Sounds like Star Wars, a cloud mining company. I think that was a cloud gas mining operation. Well, I'm going to be bored to death on this hangout any minute now. We'll leave Smeggy all alone.
strawberry. It looks good. Strawberry lemonade. New record. So some of you remember I made a goal that I wanted to bench 315 pounds, just one rep. So I haven't tried to max out one rep in a while. I've just been lifting. I lift a little bit heavier than this, but 225. I wanted to try to get my reps up at 225, so I'd be ready for 315 later. So maybe in a week, maybe I'll try to
Hey, Smeggy.
What's up, Tino?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Good, good. Working, but good.
Working? That's no good
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, I gotta finish up some stuff before vacation time, so.
I hear you. Pretty quiet around here at the moment.
Yeah, usually Saturday nights are more talkative. I guess people are out and about tonight.
There's quite a few people in the lobby all day. Calmed down after G finished up with his show. Or he was on the Voices of the West.
Oh, that was today?
Yep.
Oh, how'd that go?
It was alright. I tuned in for a little while.
Every now and then I get to watch it, but
It was actually the first time I checked it out. I was thinking about going down to Bowling Field today and checking out some of the old warbirds that are in town.
oh, they're doing an air show up there?
Well, not necessarily air show, but they got let's see what came in yesterday. B-17 came in, B-24, B-25, and a P-51.
I remember seeing something about that on Facebook, but I don't remember where it was.
And what is it, Wings of Freedom tour?
Oh, Wings of Freedom.
Yeah, there was some foundation, and they've been doing a tour around the country. I think I already have pictures of all but one of them planes from years in the past. Although it could be a different B-17 this year. Which, if it is, I should probably try to get down there and get some pictures, because I've got about 5 of the 14 that are still airworthy.
Those old planes are very nice.
Oh yeah, they're cool. I live close enough to the airfield where I've been hearing their props all day. If I was going to do it, I should have done it today, since it's only 85 and tomorrow it's going to be fucking 95 out there.
Yeah, it was 98 here when I got it. Well, actually, when I got my car, it was 101, and then cooled off a bit to 97, 95, 97.
And where are you at?
I'm in Florida.
Oh, okay.
What about yourself?
Seattle.
Oh, Seattle. And is that hot up there?
Yeah, it's pretty hot for up here. Tomorrow will be boiling for here.
Dang, I thought it was always cooler up there.
Yeah, I think today's the hottest day of the year so far. But we had such a shitty winter, I'm not going to complain. Got the fucking Seattleites are already bitching, wanting the rain back. And it's like, fuck off.
is interesting. Wonder. Have somebody in trouble.
Last night, Smiggy was talking about maybe doing some shooting today. Wonder if he went out to make some noise.
He was on here earlier today, so I don't know when he would have had a chance to, but
Well, he's been muted in the chat for a while now. So I thought he might have started it up and went to have some fun or something.
that's him.
So you said you're getting ready for a vacation or something?
Yeah, I leave on the 1st, so but I got to go help my family pack up their stuff this coming week. So I'm basically taking a week and a half off, but only 1 week's actually the vacation.
Where are you going?
Just going to the beach. It's only about an hour away, but it's a nice little getaway.
Right on.
Nothing too exciting, but
Were you on yesterday when I was talking about that officer-involved shooting out here?
Oh yeah, I was.
So the latest news is they're investigating the officer now because he left his taser in his locker uncharged for over a week. And since the other officer called for a taser and he didn't have it, they're saying that's when they both, drew. And I don't know if one guy shot her or both of them, but the cop was like, look, even if I had it, that would not have been the weapon I would have drawn.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered.
So they're opening a shit. I saw like last night they're having some sort of public hearing or public inquest or some bullshit, which I think it should all be handled internally by the department until it goes any further.
I understand it's tragic that they had to shoot somebody. Whether the person was mentally ill or perfectly sound mind, it makes no difference. Anytime the officer has to shoot somebody, it's a sad situation. It doesn't matter what that person's condition is. The problem is to sit there and say, now the way I understand is they were like in the kitchen area.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
So they're in a kitchen area now. It's an apartment. Now, we're not talking about Upper East Side Manhattan where the apartments are, 4,000 square feet. We're talking about Seattle, which I'm guessing the apartment was probably 1,500, 2,000 square feet, maybe. So you have a pretty small kitchen. So to have two officers in there and a lady, plus, dining room chairs, kitchen equipment and everything, you're not going to have a lot of room to move and back up and get out real quick. So this whole idea that that they could have done something else is either not based in fact or it's based on people who have never done the job. Because there's no other way they could have handled it. I mean, she pulled a deadly weapon on them, and it's sad, but there's nothing else you could do.
Well, the cop said something like he had 2 feet behind him, and then, he was probably up against a wall or up against a kitchen cabinetry or something, and yeah, you fucking got nowhere to go.
Yeah, and I feel bad for the family, but I mean, what do you expect? The way I look at it is, if I was in that situation as the police officer or as the person shot, is there anything I could have done differently to avoid the situation? If I'm a police officer and I come to the conclusion no, which in that situation I come to the conclusion no, then I look at the suspect. Is there anything she could have done differently to avoid the situation? Well, she could have not made a false police report, and she could have not pulled a deadly weapon. And when you have those two facts, she basically called it upon herself. Had she not phoned in a false police report, she would have never had police officers there, and she would never had to she would have never pulled a knife on them. I don't know if she would have pulled a knife on someone else, but it's just. I'm sure the family's going to end up getting a big payout from the city now anyway, even though they did nothing wrong. But I am curious, why did he leave his taser in his locker?
Yeah, I don't know. What I saw in the news today said that was against department policy, so that's why he's being investigated.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. Like in that situation, like if you was going to court or something, then yeah, you're not going to need the taser, and you could probably leave it there. I don't know their policy, but I know down here when you're going to court and stuff, you're basically on. You're getting paid, but it's your own time. Like you're not taking call outs. You're not doing anything that you really need to have. A taser, radio, and all that stuff. You just basically have your gun, badge, and cuffs, and simple stuff. Nothing.
Well, the thing that might fuck him is, even though he didn't need it in that, or the other officer called for it, so that's where he might get fucked.
Yeah, but then he might get in trouble, but it still comes down to the fact, even if he had the taser, it wouldn't have done any good. I think what'll happen is they'll either get suspended or have vacation days pulled or something. But I don't see anybody getting fired or charged.
Court of public opinion. That's how things work these days with cops.
That is true. Jesus. That's pathetic. Hey there, Steve. What the hell? How you doing?
Book him, Dano.
I was like, I know that name.
Where's Chinho Kelly?
I have no idea, but I'm now signed up with a few terahash of Bitcoin mining on Genesis. So I'm cloud mining Bitcoin. And I got my Steam account, got a Steam page going, so Crypto City, here I come. Basically, they've got this gigantic, over in Reykjavik, Iceland, they've got this gigantic bank of servers that are just mining Bitcoin. And so it's like every day you can get a payout of however much coin, or you could just keep your coins. Hope it goes up in value a lot. and then get a payout after they go up, or send your coins to your wallet, your big blockchain wallet. But whatever. It's like no exchange problems. It's like not an exchange, so the Hawaii can't regulate it. It's just a mining operation. It sounds crazy, but hey, change with the times and go with a new paradigm of what money is going to be. I'm pretty sure fiat currency is dying, and cryptocurrency will be next. Way that will be kind of the form that money takes at some point. Of course, I'm not throwing away my gold or silver or anything. So anyway, in between my Steemit account and the Genesis mining thing, I have something to do. I don't even know how to change anything on Google Plus, so it's like I've been like Steve McGarrett on Google Plus forever, even though I'm supposed to be Hawaii Volcano Squad, but I don't know. I don't know how to change the picture or anything. I kind of given up on it, especially because Google keeps making add-ons not work and shit. So I've got 1.5 terahash hash rate power of whatever that is, of Bitcoin mining power. 5 mega hash power of Ether. But it's all set to just mine Bitcoin, so.
Hawaii will find a way to regulate that soon enough. Don't worry.
How can they regulate something that's being done in Iceland?
I have no idea, but nothing surprises me. What the hell just fell off my desk?
I do feel better actually having some blockchain technology working for me for a change instead of just fiat currencies and gold and silver.
Has anybody seen the report that Justice Kennedy is retiring?
No. I didn't see anything on SCOTUS about Peruta, but I don't think we're going to hear anything till Monday from the SCOTUS blog on Peruta, and I think they said Norman won't be until the next, the time the court opens and closes. So, I don't know. Anyway, I'll see how much Bitcoin I can mine in between now and the collapse of the economy. And at some point, I could just, if I have enough Bitcoin, I could just trade it for gold on like a bunch of different metals internet sites. They take Bitcoin. What was funny is like, I don't know, when I read an article last week that like the UN refugee assistance program, they had given all these Syrian refugees a bunch of cell phones, and then they just texted them like Bitcoin so they could trade it for whatever they needed. So, I mean, there's people in Syria that have Bitcoin. That's crazy. And it's people in America, it's like that have regulations and stuff, and you can't sell. Coinbase can't set up a exchange or in this state or that state, or operate their exchanges, or have clients in certain states, and it's like, and there's no regulations yet. Which is part of the appeal. Anyway. Beans, bullets, ammo, Bible, Bitcoin.
all the important stuff.
Boobs. Yeah. Blockchain.
Jeez. Another motorcycle officer was injured while escorting Mike Pence's motorcade. That's the second one in a couple of months.
When I was a kid, I remember that I was driving home and some cop gave me a ticket, a motorcycle cop, for not coming to a complete stop when I made a right turn. But I had come to a complete stop, and he was blocked out. What happened was the guy, like going straight at a 4-way stop sign, stopped, saw the cop, and he stopped for like a minute before he went through the intersection. So I just pulled up, stopped for like about 2 seconds, and then rolled in a, compared to the other guy, I didn't stop, but I stopped. And so anyway, so I go to court like, 2 months later after the guy gave me the ticket, and I told him I stopped, dude. And it's like, no, you didn't. And I was like, all right. And, and he gave me some spiel about, oh, you drive here often? It's like, yeah. Well, then you probably just didn't realize that you didn't stop. Bullshit. So anyway, I get to court, and the police officer at like checking people in for the trial or whatever says, oh, it looks like the officer who was going to testify, in your case, can't show up because he was he's in the hospital. He was run over, in a traffic accident. I was like, yeah. I was just glad that I was going to win my case because he couldn't show up and testify. I wasn't cheering that he was like, run over, but it sounded that way to the cop, and he's like, all right, mister, you can go or whatever, you win your case. Like,
Yeah, a lot
be
of times
gone.
when you show up, you just get off.
Yeah, but it was like the way the exchange was. It sounded like I was happy he was run over. It wasn't like that. I was just happy I wasn't going to get convicted of something I didn't do.
Can't blame you for that.
You know, it was like the officer who wrote you the ticket can't be there to testify because he's in the hospital and he was run over in a traffic accident. The way he said it, it was like he wanted me to go over to the hospital and with some flowers or something. I was just like so happy. You know. I mean, I didn't run him over or anything myself, just because to avoid getting out of paying a ticket. So how did Mike Pence's motorcade get in a traffic accident?
I have no idea. I didn't read the story. I just read the headline. Let me find it here if it's still. Come on, it was just right here. Oh, Jesus. There we go, right here. Motorcycle officer was seriously injured Saturday morning after he was involved in a crash while escorting Vice President Mike Pence motorcade in Colorado. Colorado Springs police say the officer's injury was absolutely an accident and not caused by a deliberate act on anyone's part. What caused the 7:30 a.m. crash remains under investigation. Motorcade was heading to the airport.
He was headed to the airport.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else. That's basically all it says. Pence was in Colorado to visit, focus on the family, meet with Air Force officials, and attend a reception for Senator Cory Gardner.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's about it.
That's all the news that's there. That's all the news that's there. Let's see what the Russian propaganda media is putting out. Zero hedge. Bernie Sanders and wife under FBI investigation for bank fraud. He was the guy that was against all the bankers.
Yeah. Now they're saying that the person who lodged the complaint is just one of Trump's friends. I'm like, but if there wasn't merit to the investigation, they wouldn't be looking into it.
Ah, right. You know,
I could make you can report anybody you want for any particular crime, but when the FBI or the police or whatever looks at it and says, "Well, wait a minute, they've never done this. There's no way they could have done it," they drop it. They don't launch an investigation based on someone's complaint when there's nothing to look at. For the
unless
most
they're
part,
ordered to by the Justice Department.
that is true.
I mean, you know, well, we filed an FBI complaint for the people that run this against the people that's run this condo for interstate mail and wire fraud, and the FBI was perfectly willing to investigate it. It's just that the prosecutor didn't care about a measly $1.5 million being ripped off, so she wasn't willing to waste time on it.
Yeah.
So we get screwed over by the damn, you know, lawyers using the law to commit crimes. And the you know, abuse of the process of the system of property management system. Angry Democrats turn on Obama, Pelosi, and Schumer. Quote, "Let's talk about Russia. We can't just talk about Russia because people back in Ohio really aren't talking about Russia, about Putin or Michael Flynn. They don't give a shit."
No, they don't. Well, here's the thing, and my dad's made this point, and I'm sure other people have too. If I write you an email that says, "I robbed a bank of $25,000," and somebody hacks your email or hacks my email and releases this email saying that I robbed the bank and I get arrested, it's not the hacker's fault that I got arrested. It's my own actions.
Well, if they hack you, that email is, you know, and give it. If they hack you and give it to the police, they're acting as an agent for the police, and they're not following any. You know, the evidence is not. It will be excluded. You know.
Well, not technically because they weren't asked by the police, but it doesn't matter. That's
they don't have to be asked by the police. If they gave it to the police, you know, that's
the state of Florida. If you just do something and the police aren't asking you to do it, you're not acting on their behest, so it's legal. But that's not the point. The point is, it's my own actions in that email that caused the issue. If Hillary had never done anything wrong, and they weren't all colluding to get her the primary, it wouldn't matter what's in the emails.
Did you ever see that rap video of Straight Out of Options?
No, I did not.
It's like a takeoff. It's like politicians doing a rap, takeoff of parody of, Straight Out of Compton, and it's accepted Straight Out of Options. It is so funny. You look it up on YouTube.
I'm writing it down to look it up.
Straight Out of Options. It's funny.
But I'm just so tired of hearing about it. You know, it doesn't matter.
I stopped watching the news. I'm just watching DVDs and YouTube now, you know.
And gun channels.
Yeah, well, YouTube gun channels.
Oh, YouTube. But it's just, I'm just so tired of hearing about it. I don't care. It's already been proven, and Obama said it, the Russians could not hack the election. Now, if the Russians released material that influenced the election, that's another story, but that's not a crime. What are you going to do? Arrest the president of Russia? Let's see how that goes over. I mean, you know, had Hillary not done what she did, and had the DNC not done what they did, it wouldn't have mattered what's in the emails. They would have released the emails. People would have said, okay, so what? They're not doing anything wrong, and it would have gone away. But the fact is, we're doing something wrong, and that's the problem.
I don't know what the problem is, except I think the problem is the people running the country are a bunch of nincompoops. Except for Trump, maybe, but, you know, he's only got limited. He's just the president. He can't, you know, do everything.
Yep.
Got the deep state controlling everything. I just want to stack up a bunch of Bitcoin, a bunch of gold, silver ammo, and guns, and get my jungle survival compound all geared up and ready to go.
Well, let me know when that is. I'll pack up and move with you.
Well, I'm not hiring on an army or anything yet.
Well, damn, I guess I'll have to change your plans.
Yeah, well, it depends how much Bitcoin goes up and how much I have of it, I guess. Maybe I will have to hire an army to protect all my gold, but I won't need an army to protect Bitcoin. I can just keep it on my cell phone. Of course, that could be hacked. Oh, you know, I was watching the commentary because I have the John Wayne Sands of Iwo Jima DVD, and there's some pretty interesting stuff. I mean, basically, he didn't want to do that film because the script wasn't that great, he thought, and then basically the Marines, you know, the Marine, you know, the Marine Corps came to him and said, please do this film. You know, we need, because they were after World War II, they were thinking about, the Congress wanted to shut down the Marine Corps because they were like, well, we have an Army, we have an Air Force, Air Corps, and we have a Navy, so what do we need the Marines for? It seemed like redundant or something to them. So John Wayne helped save the Corps by making that movie.
Oh, I did not know that.
And what's really cool that you may not know is that you know when John Wayne got in got his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, guess what? The sand, they put the actual sand from Iwo Jima in the concrete for his, when he, made his footprint.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it's probably the only star on Walk of Fame that has sand of Iwo Jima in it. Mixed in the concrete. So I think he got an Oscar nomination for that film. But basically, that basically saved the Marine Corps from being shut down by Congress after World War II. That film, that was made in 1949. But yesterday I watched that a review of John Wayne's first film. I was talking about it earlier. Basically, it's The Big Trail in 1930. They shot it in 1928, 1929 in 70 millimeter. And they're only, because of the Depression and because William Fox's company wasn't doing that great financially at the time, they only had 2 theaters that could show it in the country in 70 millimeter. So one in New York and one in Los Angeles. But they shot it in 35 millimeter too, which was basically they had to shoot every scene at least twice, plus more for foreign languages because they didn't have dubbing. And it was a good photography, but they got the sound. Sound was like a brand new thing. That was like one of the first, if not the first, one of the first films that they actually, tried to record, actors talking. Jack Warner's just had, the Vitaphone with a big, it was basically a record player with a big, megaphone attached to it. And so William Fox had the first optical track actually with the magnetic stripe on the film for the audio.
That is very cool. I didn't know anything about that, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, The Big Trail. And he was so young in that movie, John Wayne. You've never seen him, because usually you see John Wayne and he's older, he's got a gut, and, he's an older, cranky guy. Boy, he was so young in that movie. So I got the Blu-ray of it. But you definitely have to put up with, some substandard, audio that they didn't have. I don't think they had boom mics or shotgun mics. And like sometimes the actors are just yelling, and so their audio will be recorded of whatever they're saying. And it's just, and some of the actors that got assigned to that film weren't really under control. They were picked by the producers and not the director. And like Tyrone Power Sr., man, that guy, he apparently not only was he drunk the whole time, he talks in this growly voice. He was a stage actor because they thought John Wayne was too inexperienced, so he needed a strong supporting cast. But the people that picked these players weren't the director, and they basically didn't take direction at all. And it's like, it's hard. It was just hard to follow the plot in some spots because you couldn't understand the dialogue. Like one character, like Flack or whatever his name is, he talks like this all the time with a gravelly voice, and it's just so, it's like a cartoon caricature-esque of a voice when he's talking. And it was Tyrone Power's father, who was a famous actor, but he was pretty old. He was a lot older at this time, and so it was just. And Geronimo's grandson was in that movie too. He had a bit role as Lopez, who was parroting. He was trying to be a Mexican. He played a Mexican called Lopez in the film, but he wasn't Mexican. He was Apache, and he was teaching this pretty, lame Mexican. So it was hard to understand him because he was trying to sound like he had a Mexican accent, which he didn't, and. But it was actually Geronimo's grandson in that film. I was relieved when they actually had the Indians, doing war chants and stuff or talking, because they were talking in an Indian language, and so there was no way how bad the recording was of the audio could affect the plot, because I wouldn't understand what they were saying anyway. You know, they didn't have subtitles. They had titles, but they didn't. This was a talking film, you know. And it even made it worse. And the actors had to yell louder because they were shooting it in 70 millimeters. So the director always wanted, like, you know, these big panoramic vista shots to show what the West was like. But they never did hardly any close-ups of the actors. So the mic was a million miles away. And, you know, it was, you know, and then the sound truck turned over and halfway through the film or something, and, you know, all the audio gear in the sound truck, you know, they were basically, it was trying to follow along an action scene, and it, you know, the whole truck flipped over, and while they're trying to record the audio for an action scene sequence, and they went back to LA to get a new truck, and on their way back, driving through Arizona, the new truck didn't have any safety glass, and a jackrabbit jumped up to the window on the highway, and that's how Raoul Walsh, the director, went blind. He got some glass in his eye, and they basically had to remove one of his eyes. So ever since then, the director Raoul Walsh had just one eye. So it's a guy directing a film and he only has one good eye. And John Wayne was definitely, in that movie, he used all of his knives a lot more. He actually knew how to use knives and throw them and hit what he was aiming at, which I didn't really know before, because later in his career it was mostly all about guns. He had guns along with him in this movie, but he just used his knives. He didn't use his guns hardly at all. He just used knives all the time. And when he threatened somebody, it was with a knife. like the villains. You know, they were all afraid of his knife. They weren't afraid of his guns. It was unusual. Anyway, it's called The Big Trail. If you ever see it, go on to Amazon. I want to buy the Blu-ray. Just be prepared to forgive it for having substandard audio, just because audio was a new thing in 1930 or 29.
Yeah, it was definitely not HD.
Well, no, but the sharpness of the video is impressive. I mean, it's you know, 70 millimeter. You know, the Blu-ray has the 70 millimeter and the 35 millimeter version. And they're two different. Yeah, every scene had to be shot twice. You know, once in 35 millimeter, once in 70. But the 70 millimeter, it's very, it's sharper than any other black and white movie you'll ever see. But, you know, like I said, they only had 2 theaters.
Yeah, it definitely limits your options.
Yeah, so it was a disaster financially. Basically, William Fox liked to make movies that were, you know, art pieces that nobody actually would go see. So, which was a bad business plan, you know, a very bad business plan. And so the movie lost a lot of money. And that was, and they tried to, this was John Wayne's movie, they got him to do a lot of appearances, and apparently he appeared in New York, and he like rented a horse and like rode it into like New York, and then like the whole horse bolted off and ran, you know, away, and the police had to go try and find the horse, and he was just so pissed off he never did another, you know, promotional appearance again in his life for a movie. He says, I'm never doing that again. So for his whole career, he never did another promotional appearance for a movie. especially since, like, I mean, there were theaters that it played in 35 millimeter, but it just, that's basically when they figured out that Westerns don't make money at the box office. When that one just, that one financially failed. That was like the tombstone of the first tombstone for Westerns. Nobody makes them because at the box office they fail. I mean, 99% of the time. And this was like, living proof. Of course, it didn't help that there was only 2 theaters that could play the 75 millimeter version, but and he didn't have the money to, buy more projectors for other theaters, which was what the plan was at the beginning. But the Great Depression kind of just like screwed up his plan. Paul Craig Robert warns, quote, "The world is going down with Trump." Oh, God. I can't take any more of this negative wave shit.
Oh, well, they're all saying how Nancy Pelosi's the greatest thing to ever happen to Congress, too. So.
For the Republicans, yeah. The more she talks, the more we win. Trump, the Republicans or somebody sent me an email, with their, like, the new Trump ad or whatever that they want to pay to put on, TV and stuff. And they asked me what my opinion was, and they said, put more cuts of Pelosi in there, man. The more they play her, the more people show up to vote against the Democrats,
Oh, yeah.
It's like she's a walking, talking, get out the vote for the Republicans. Every time she opens her mouth, just that terrible sound. I think they said it's like the Congress is like an old, a home for the aged,
Yeah.
These people that just are completely clueless, walking around in a daze, over to how old is she? 91 or something? I mean,
I don't think that old, but I think she's like in her mid to late 70s.
Well, she has dementia or something, but so does a lot of the country. Everybody that. Read this article. So I'm reading Zero Hedge, but that's like listening to Tokyo Rose. I mean,
well, I'm gonna head out. I gotta finish up some stuff and head home. So y'all have a good one. And I'll see you next time.
Y'all be cool. Drive safely.
Thanks.
And David Stockman says that Trump is incapable of anything except tweeting. David Stockman writes, Trump is up against a deep state, Democrat, neocon, mainstream media prosecution and has no chance of survival short of an aggressive offensive against those working to destroy him. But there is no Trump offensive, quote, because the man is clueless about what he is doing in the White House and is being advised by a cacophonous coterie. I don't think I pronounced that right. Coterie of amateurs and nincompoops. Well, I did say everybody there is a nincompoop, but anyway. So he has no action plan except to impulsively reach for his Twitter account. Oh, Jesus. This is funny. EU's greatest achievements according to the Europeans. God. Percent of the public in the EU, UK thinking these are the greatest, your EU's greatest achievements in 2017. Peace on the European continent. Freedom to live and work across the European Union. The European Union on the single market. Protection of workers' rights. A European identity. Removing borders between states. Influence of Europe in the world. Support for deprived regions. Higher standards for consumers. But these are down in the 2 or 3%, though. I mean, in the EU, the European currency, total think that's going well is 11%, and in the UK, 1%. Oh, boy. The EU banks are really in trouble. Oh, cool. Preparing for war. The U.S. House wants to create the first new military branch since 1947. Anybody know what it's going to be? I'll give you a hint. Aliens. Go see if anybody types it in the external. Nobody's typing anything in the external. Come on, motherfuckers, get activated. Give you all the answers for free. All right. If I could find Zero Hedge page, here it is. Current push in the halls of the Washington, D.C. to establish a new branch of the military by 2019, one whose focus would be operations among the stars. Proposed legislation by House Representatives would create a, quote, Space Corps, unquote, that would serve as a separate military service within the Department of the Air Force. It would be the first branch added to the military since 1947 when the Air Force was officially established. The Space Corps. That sounds like a bunch of people in a state where marijuana is legal. Sounds like aliens, the colonial space marines. So we don't have any colonies. Just gonna go to the space station and back or something. Call it a Space Corps. Just gonna start shooting people into space. On Tuesday, the two top lawmakers of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, Representative Rogers and Cooper, added the legislation to the 2018 National Defense Authorization Act. The subcommittee oversees military space operations and works within the umbrella of the Armed Services Committee, the House Armed Services Committee. This is bipartisan acknowledgement that the strategic advantages we derive from our national security space systems are eroding, Rogers and Cooper said in a joint statement. We are convinced that the Department of Defense is unable to take the measures necessary to address these challenges effectively and decisively, or even recognize the nature and scale of its problems. Under the proposed legislation, the Space Corps would serve under the direction of the Air Force, much like the Marine Corps serves under the direction of the Navy. But the military branch would have its own chief, equal in rank to the Chief of Staff of the Air Force. Additionally, the Space Corps would have a seat on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So apparently you would need more than just a bong and a dime bag to join the Space Corps. The Air Force itself, however, seems somewhat cool to the congressman's idea. At a House Armed Services Committee hearing on the NDAA on Thursday, Air Force spokesman Colonel Patrick Ryder said the U.S. military should be focusing on more coordination. Quote, we think right now it's important to take the capabilities and resources that we have and focus on implementation and integration with the broader force versus creating a separate service. Air Force Secretary Heather Wilson said, quote, the Pentagon is complicated enough. This will make it more complex, adding more boxes to the organization chart and cost more money. If I had more money, I would put it into lethality, not bureaucracy. We don't need another chief of staff and another 6 deputy chiefs of staff. The entire House Armed Services Committee will have to approve the subcommittee's additions to the NDAA before they can go any further. If that happens, the debate will move to the House floor. I can't wait to see the debate on the Space Corps. And people are just going to be channeling aliens. Game over. It's just game over. You can't afford a Space Corps. You can't afford not to have a Space Corps. Where the NDAA is expected to be voted on sometime after the 4th of July. Well, that's when my Kevlar tripwire is supposed to be here by, a little after the 4th. Hopefully war won't break out with aliens between now and before my tripwire gets here. Whether or not the legislation makes the cut, however, it should be noted that the idea of militarizing space is nothing new for the United States. As Anti-Media has reported, Deputy Defense Secretary Robert Work? Whatever, stated that at a conference back in 2015 that space must, quote, be considered a contested operational domain in the ways that we haven't had to think about it in the past. Jesus. So here's a comment. So do people who join the Space Corps start out as space cadets? Oh boy. They're gonna like develop a new form of like, you know, space cadet, you know, marijuana that will be, you know, a strain of marijuana that will be sold in Colorado or something, you know. Space cadet, the space cadet version of weed, you know. One hit and you're just on completely in outer space. Oh, I can't smoke anything anymore, so. And there's a bunch of anti-Israel comments, like usual, on Zero Hedge. Russia doesn't like Israel much. Seems like need to have a Jew to blame for everything. No. CIA Director Mike Pompeo, Trump's, quote, an avid consumer, unquote, of intel, will punish leakers. Visa is hiring an Ethereum blockchain engineer. Quote, we're seeking a strong developer experienced with Ethereum and blockchain architecture to be a part of a team tasked with building distributed application. By the way, if anybody wants my Genesis affiliate link, let me know. I'll post it. If you're not interested in cloud mining Bitcoin, then never mind. whatever you do, if you get involved with anything, don't buy anything on margin. Do yourself a big favor. Don't buy stocks on margin. Don't buy gold on margin. Don't buy blockchain, anything. Bitcoin. Don't buy anything on margin. You'll just, it won't turn out well. Don't even buy milk on margin. Let's get off of Zero Hedge and go to another Russian website. At least it seems like that way from the shit they publish. Slant. 24hourgold.com. Here's a good quote from Jacques Barsoum. Political correctness does not legislate tolerance, it only organizes hatred. Oh boy. Governments will smash cryptos whenever they want, Von Geras tells KWN. GE's pension time bomb, shortfall 31 billion and rising. Gold and silver are asymmetric trades. Housing bounce, prices surge to new record. Yeah, we're in a housing bubble. I'm going to read about the cryptos getting smashed whenever the government wants. Swiss gold fund manager Egon von Greyers, I'm sure I fucked that up, tells King World News that governments will easily smash cryptocurrencies anytime they want to, and gold and silver will escape price suppression by governments, and central banks will begin to reflect. This is a huge run-on sentence. And central banks will begin to reflect the vast inflation of the money supply. As for when, von Greyers doesn't say. GATA, Gold Antitrust Association, doesn't know when either, only that the World Gold Council and the gold and silver mining industry will do nothing to hasten the day. Yeah, well, what else is new? It's not exactly news, but they printed it. Hope I'm boring everybody on Gun Channel. Let's see. Food for Thought by Bertrand Russell. Most people would sooner die than think. In fact, they do. Yeah. The Constitution is like a chastity belt for which the lady holds the key. If they can take it off anytime they want, what good is it, right? That's what's been happening with the Second Amendment. They just ignore it whenever they want. Dr. Grown. Oh yeah, I love this article. Will gold reach $2.6 million an ounce or just $150,000? Oh man, I think the dollar would be worthless when that happened. I wouldn't mind living in a $2.6 million house, but I think the buying power of $2.6 million will, not be very much if that happens. All right, so much for that website. I can't take it. Somebody else talk, or I'm going to do something. Oh, yeah, dehydrated for use in space. I did. I'm waiting for my 3 number 10 cans of Mountain House food to arrive. But unless you were talking about dehydrated gunpowder or something, which is, there is no, I don't think there's any moisture in gunpowder, but dehydrated water. Talking about dehydrated food. Yeah, I ordered 3 number 10 cans of Mountain House. So hopefully that and my tripwire will be here. My Kevlar tripwire will be here before the apocalypse or the economic collapse or before something bad happens on the internet. Like this chat. Here I am soloing the lobby. Caliber Corner. Let's talk guns. I'll hit the like button on it. I don't know. I haven't listened to it. Just general principles. Rick Mitchell says no show. Internet problems. All right, well. Well, if G-Webs was listening to me, he could type what if he was talking about food that would be dehydrated for use in space. Because that's all I see is dehydrated for use in space. The people, the food, the ocean. All right, well, I think I'll just wrap this up and leave it all to audience Maggie. Good night, peoples.
Yo,
Yo, give me a minute. Be back in a few.
bring food and beer.
What up?
What up?
Shit.
What I miss?
Not much. Not much at all.
And I'm hungry. So my brother took me to that Five Guys everybody stopped talking about. That burger joint.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good, dude.
I've never been.
Man, I got it for free too.
I've seen them around here, but I've just never been.
Yeah, you pick your size, how many patties you want on your burger, what you want on it, like lettuce, tomatoes, onions, olives, and jalapenos and all that. A1 sauce, mayo, and all that stuff. They give it like a list of what you want on it. They put all that crap in there.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
that's too much. Just give me bacon, cheese, pickles, and ketchup. I'm good.
Yeah, you just ask for that and you'll get it.
Bacon, bacon, and more bacon.
Bacon stacking on top of bacon and patties. Hey, how long did the chat went on last night?
I don't even remember. Not too late.
I had to wake up ready to go somewhere.
Smeggy go shooting or go to the bar?
Probably the bar. He was kind of angry last night.
Guess he doesn't like when you call his CZ a 1911, huh?
He probably hear that shit. He probably gonna get on here now.
What's this in the lobby I see? G was baking cookies in his car.
Oh yeah, Robbie would link the video of the guy measuring how hot it is in Tucson or Phoenix. And then there's another link, and I checked it out, and there's some guy cooking cookies inside his car. Sugar-free cookies. I like that. Oatmeal cookies are the best.
Everybody always.
What?
Everybody always rags on oatmeal cookies, but they're my fucking favorite.
Yeah, when they're nice and soft, ready right out of the oven. Yeah. Coffee or milk, whatever's around, I'm good.
People say they get mad when they bite into one thinking it's a chocolate chip cookie. I don't even like chocolate chip cookies. I'll take it. I'll take oatmeal any day.
Robbie said, hold on. Double stuffed Oreos are the best. And then Robbie said again, eat and enter slave, and then feels sick. What? Sleep and then feel sick. Probably didn't read that right.
You ever hear from Connery after his doctor shit yesterday? Or did they kill him on the treadmill?
Nah, I hope he's okay.
Yeah, me too.
That dude got it on that. They're gonna pick that one bald dude for the Lakers. I was mad. They're gonna get him. Next day they got him. Told Ponder he was right. He left. That was it. That's all I talked. All I talked to him.
Talking about nasty ass Oreos out there.
Hey, I see Oreos, man. Till I saw some Oreo titties, and then they look nasty to me now.
Yeah, I don't fuck with the Oreos. Have you checked G's Kickstarter lately?
I checked it out today. I forgot how much it was by, but what the fuck? Are you reading what you put up? All your cookies are vegan.
How are they vegan? I don't believe it.
Hey, you ever eat corn tamales?
Probably.
My mom made some. There's this lady used to sell them at the park. She made the best, man. You put cream and then you put red salsa, hot salsa. Man, those things are the bomb. $1.25 each.
Pork or beef or chicken?
Nah, just corn.
Just corn?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I ain't had that.
No, my mom makes the beef and the chicken. She also does the pork. Any kind of salsa you want, she'll do it.
So what? It's just corn on the inside of the tamale?
Yeah, you don't use salsa. Hey, gee, who the hell you calling weird, man? Yeah, no sugar cookies, that's weird.
A ribeye, on the other hand, is not vegan, even though it only ate grass and oats. Yeah, I ain't never heard of no pork salsa.
The pork. bits of pork, cook them, take out the lard, and you cook the sauce, and you make the sauce and you put it, you mix it together. You know, like pork and chili verde.
So it's just salsa with meat in it?
Yeah. My mom usually cooks it together. Tastes better. Takes longer to cook though.
I can see how that would be good.
It's like pork tamales, dude. Chili con carne. Robbie's out there talking about churros.
I used to like them as a kid. What is Pants talking about? Grab yourself a can of pork soda and you'll be feeling just fine.
That's a real thing. I've seen it.
What?
Yeah, they got pork, chocolate soda, and all that other bullshit. Barbecue soda.
No, thank you.
Hey, G.
How'd the radio show go?
Pretty good, I guess. Just wung it. It's pretty cool though, seeing how they do their podcast. It's way fancier than anything we do. I thought it was at a radio station. It's really just an office building, but fancy mics and just doing it a different way. It's interesting. Like theirs is, they recorded in just a room, like around microphones, live, but then they pump that to the internet, they pump that to a radio station, where like a lot of people do it to radio and then pump that to the internet. I'm gonna do an image search. There it is.
Pants out there eating a sandwich.
Who is?
Pants.
Thought I saw him say earlier today he's about to have a fire tonight or something.
You're gonna make a fire outside?
That's what Pants was saying. I thought he was saying he was prepping for one earlier today. I might have one tonight. I don't know.
Yeah.
So hot there you wouldn't even think about it.
Oh hell no, yeah.
It's nice here today. 85 breeze. No complaints.
Dude, this shit's fucking magic. Holy crap. You see what I just fucking did?
That was fucking weird. And creepy.
It ain't perfect probably, but holy crap. That was a lot faster than I thought it was gonna be to do that. It'll save it now.
I missed it. What'd you do?
Let me see if I can save it first and then I'll undo it. Oh, yeah. All right, so can I undo it? Oh, yeah, I gotta save it. So I'll just open one again. I had this picture somebody took of a picture on a wall, right? So it doesn't do me a shit ton of good because it's all weird. It's not a fucking shit. So I just went in here and did this. It's not that amazing. But then I went in here. I think it was under here.
Free transform and skew.
Something like this. And then zoom down a little bit. And then I went like this. Stuck that in that corner. And then just like it's made out of fucking silly putty. Like I say, it's probably not 100% perfect, but dude, that's pretty cool. And it took, I just was fiddling around. I figured it could do this. I didn't know where to go or not.
Oh, okay, I think I know what you're doing. You're warping it. What you could also do is do the selection like you did, and then go skew, and edit, skew, and then while you're holding one of that, like if you're on that left-hand bottom corner, while you're on that, if you push either Control or Alt and then pull down, it'll move your top point and your bottom point at the same time.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. Okay, that's cool. But that's basically for doing this, right? To bring things back to true, or whatever that's called.
Yeah, and if you want to do it so it's straight. Because if you warp it like that, you actually put a little bit of a warp in it, a little bit of a curve.
Oh, it'll do it more uniformly the other way.
I think so. I would think so. Is that Three Stooges or something? Or what?
I think it's just three clowns. I don't think it's anything fancy or nothing. So you know the deal when you go like, I don't know, like this, and then they end up going around in a circle, and then it becomes a shape. What tool is that?
Your pen tool?
Is it?
I believe so. Where you can plot points. Well, it's been a long time since I've played around in Photoshop. And I think there's also tricks where you can hold down a certain key and it'll put one down every little distance that you travel, so you can like do fluid circles without actually putting in each point.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's so many shortcuts that for different things like that that really help out once you learn them.
Yeah, exactly. I should go watch some tutorials or something.
That's how I taught myself Photoshop. I started with Photoshop 7, and since it was the first real one, so you actually had to learn a lot, and I just watched tons of tutorials and followed along. And
all right, so now what do I do? Yeah, this looks more like what I've seen people do. This is Illustrator now, but it's really not a big difference.
I think it's a lot of the same tools in both Illustrator and Photoshop. Same toolbar.
Photoshop a long time ago, and then I started using this one all the damn time because it's better for a lot of things that I'm doing, right? And then I go back to Photoshop every once in a while, and it's like they seriously didn't use some of the same tools, like just stupid shit. Like if I know how to zoom around in here, no problem. I can hold down the Alt key and squiggle my mouse, and I'm in and out, right? I can hold down this other key, wiggle my mouse, and I'm going this way and this way, right? So, when you're getting used to that shit, you can be all like, oh, I'm over here, and then next thing I know, I'm way the fuck out here, and I'm back in over here, right? You can do all that real comfortably. You go over to Photoshop, and they don't have any of those. It's like, I don't know how the hell you zoom in Photoshop. So I think I can probably go in there and tell it to do whatever I tell it to do, like, make the zoom the same as this, but that's the kind of shit where I would figure they'd be the same right off the bat.
Yeah, well, that's all controlled through edit and preferences, I think is how. I don't know if it's in your edit menu, but in your preferences, I believe is where you can set all that stuff up the same.
I don't know. I don't use it quite enough that I care, because most of the time you set that stuff up to work like the software you're used to, and I'm not used to any software, so I really don't care. I might as well just learn the way they want you to learn it. What the fuck? Saw Something's crawling on me. It was nothing. Nothing's crawling on me. I'm okay. I'm not gonna die. Oh shit. I guess I gotta start the next one. Then go wait. Nope. I'll start the next one.
Just kind of a patch idea you're playing around with.
Oh, this is her family. No, I would not probably on my own come up with a bunch of clowns or much anything. How the hell do they delete all these things at once? I don't know if that's the way to do it or not.
You guys know what time Matt is on Sunday?
Pretty early. I don't know exactly what time.
What you doing, Knives?
I buy knives.
I've got that company that sells that receiver with the barrel already installed for an AK. Damn, that clown's creeping me out.
Which one? The one that's staring at you? Or the one that's glancing at you? Or the one that's trying to act like it ain't looking at you, but it's really looking at you?
Oh, look like they're trying to steal my chocolate, man.
Here's the thing. They'll steal your chocolate right in front of you, and then when you say nothing about it, or when you say something about it, they're just going to make a big thing about it, like a big comedy act, and everybody will laugh, and you'll still be out your fucking chocolate.
Them bastards.
That's how they play it, man. I've seen it done before, so you can't just fuck around with these clowns.
Hans says to get off that site, you're going to make him spend more money.
It's gun channels, man. That's what we do.
He's going to buy a bunch of clowns.
No, he's talking about knives.
You sure?
No, I guess not. Not positive.
Might be out buying clown art.
Hans doesn't strike me as a fine clown art connoisseur.
Yeah. He probably just buys clown art on the streets. Regular person. He wouldn't know good clown art. Good. Woke him up in the middle of the night, sitting at the foot of his bed.
I see. He likes the black market clown art.
I heard that's why HVS is making them bitcoins so that he can buy his crazy ass clown art off the internet. Oh, there it is. It was something. Oh. Oh, I can't fuck it.
Now it looks funny.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm screwing it up or not.